Good afternoon. Welcome to this special sitting of the National Assembly, this being the 28th day of April 2021. This is the fifth session of the 12th Parliament. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. You can follow this live broadcast of the National Assembly on YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel. You can also watch it on Signet on Bunge TV. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, where there will be a special motion which will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The special motion is on the consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, that taking into considerations the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reform, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, subsection 3b of the Constitution and sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House approves the appointment of Professor Fatuma N. Chege, PhD, as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. That special motion will be moved and considered by the House this afternoon. Thereafter, there will be another special motion which will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research. It's also about consideration this time of nominees for appointment as chairperson and member to the Teachers Service Commission. Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, chairperson, and Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho as member. The House will be debating this special motion by the Departmental Committee on Education and Research, and thereafter will determine whether or not these two nominees should be considered for these positions at the Teachers Service Commission. One, Jamlek Muturi John as the chairperson, and Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho as member of the Teachers Service Commission. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has walked into the chambers. It is also important to mention that this afternoon, which should time allow, the National Assembly will be debating the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. My name is Edward Kabasa. Now, I will hand you over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly on this 28th day of April 2021. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under the deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we are committed to our charge. Amen. can start. Yeah, can you? Can we start? Start. Start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
There will be a communication issuing shortly.
Order number 3, messages.
And again, even that will come shortly after.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The chairman of the Finance Committee of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Commissioner Honorable Adan Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 28, 2021, afternoon session. The estimates of the current and development expenditure for the Parliamentary Service Commission for the year ending 30th June 2022 and projections for the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inshallah, that's the right word.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
So, members, can I know, there are some members who have pressed the intervention button. Is it that they want to, the Honorable Didi Nyoro?
Mr. Speaker, we are queuing to vote no for BBI.
No. But you press the intervention button. No.
Mr. Speaker, we are just queuing so that we get some time to reflect the will of our people to vote no for BBI.
No, Honorable Didi Nyoro. Then please don't press on the intervention button. I appreciate the enormity of the debate, and we will strive to ensure that as many of you as possible, if not every one of you, has a chance to say what you may regarding the bill. So don't queue on the intervention button. You see, when he queues there, he looks, he's like he's on a point of order. And the same, I think, must therefore be the case with the Honorable Limo, member for Kipkelion East. It must have been the same reason, is it? Now you're okay. Intervention button is, please, honorable members, this is for those who have points of orders and matters like those. The Honorable Dwelle suggests that that is also a place for emergency matters. We have not yet provided for that one in the standing orders, but maybe we'll get another column for emergency. Honorable Kareke Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order, pursuant to standing order number 83, to seek one guidance on the implication of Section 34, 2A of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016 on the authority of this House to consider petitions for the variation of boundaries or revocation of public forest in terms of Article 119 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016 provides that 4.1, any person may petition the National Assembly for the variation of boundaries of forest, public forest, or the revocation of the registration of public forest, or a portion of the public forest. 2, a petition under Section 1 shall demonstrate that the variation of boundaries or revocation of the registration of the public forest or a portion of the public forest does not, A, endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species, B, adversely affects its value as water catchment area, or prejudice the biodiversity, conservation, cultural sites, protection of the forest, or its use for educational, recreational, health, or research purpose. Mr. Speaker, Section 2A, a petition under subsection 1 shall only be forwarded to the National Assembly on the recommendation of the service. Section 3, Mr. Speaker, a petition made under Section 1 shall be considered in accordance with the provision of Petition to Parliament Procedure Act and standing orders of the relevant House. 4, the Cabinet Secretary within 30 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee shall make a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved subject to A, the petition being subjected to the independent environmental impact assessment, B, public consultation being undertaken in accordance with the second schedule, and 5, Mr. Speaker, if the relevant committee report find that the petition, A, does not disclose a ground for the variation of the boundaries of a public forest or the revocation of registration of public forest or a petition of public forest, no further proceeding shall be taken. And finally, Mr. Speaker, disclose a ground for the variation of boundaries of public forest or the revocation of the registration of public forest or a portion of the public forest, the National Assembly or the Senate shall vote on whether to approve the recommendation. And 6, Mr. Speaker, if the resolution under 5B is supported by majority of the members of the National Assembly present and voting, the Cabinet Secretary shall publish in the Gazette. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the following petitions were forwarded to the National Assembly pursuant to Section 34(1) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016 and subsequently committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for consideration pursuant to Standing Order number 227. 1, petition regarding the degazettement of 400-yard strip in Gong Eos Forest for settlement by the Honorable George Sunkuya, MP. 2, public petition regarding mapping and demarcation and degazettement of land within Kondera Forest by the Honorable Charles Ogondowele, MP. And 3, Mr. Speaker, public petition on gazettement of Kitalel Forest Settlement Scheme by the Honorable Caleb Amisi, MP. 4, public petition regarding settlement and the compensation of families dispossessed of land in Vihiga County by the Honorable Charles Ngemose, MP. 5, public alteration, altering the boundaries of Marsabit Forest by the gazettement of 60 acres and gazettement of the entire 112,998.9 acres of the indigenous Mount Kulal Forest by Captain Abdullah Mulmamo, retired, and 42 others. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee is seized with the public petition on variation of boundaries of Gong Road Forest to exercise that the 4 acres of the area of land upon which KMA, Langata Garden Estate, Langata View Estate, Salom Estate, St. Mary's Estate, Forest End View Estate, the Langata Women Prison, Police Dog Unit, Bombers of Kenya, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Woodruff Club of Kenya, and the Insect Physiology and Ecology are located pursuant to Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, number 34 of 2016 by the Honorable Nixon Kolil. Mr. Speaker, allow me to, however, inform this House that to date, the Minister of Environment and Forestry have been reluctant to respond to the said petitions on the ground that the petitions were forwarded for consideration by the National Assembly without the recommendation of the Kenya Forest Service as required under Section 34(2)(a) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016. And Mr. Speaker, that's where we have a bone of contention, because Section 34(2)(a) indicates that for any member to forward any petition on the variation of boundary, they must be able to seek the consent and the approval from KFS before the House is sit with that particular matter. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, you are seeking one guidance so that you can be able to guide us accordingly as a committee on how we need to handle this issue. On Speaker, a cross-reading of Section 34(2)(a) indicates that this provision requires all petitions for variation of boundaries or revocation of public forest must be approved by KFS before they can be considered by this House. It appears that subsection 2(a) is couched in a mandatory terms to the extent that there is use of words shall only be forwarded to the National Assembly on the recommendation of KFS. On Speaker, Article 25(2) of the Constitution provides that one of these functions of this House is to deliberate and to resolve issues of concern to the people. Further, Article 119(1) of the Constitution provides that every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including to enact, amend, repeal any legislation. A reading of Article 95(1) and 119 clearly reviews that the right to petition Parliament may not be stifled. On Speaker, we further note that Section 34(3) provides that a petition made under subsection 1 shall be considered in accordance with the provision of petitions to Parliament, Procedure Act, and the standing orders of the relevant House. It is in this regard, Honorable Speaker, we observed that neither the petitions to Parliament, Procedure Act, nor the national standing orders of the National Assembly provide for the manner of consideration of petitions to vary boundaries of forest, which in our considered opinion are not ordinary petitions, and the standing orders ought to provide specifically on how the House need to process such petitions. Honorable Speaker, the question that subsequently arises is what rules and procedures does the House apply to process such petitions? On Speaker, we know that Standing Order 1.1 provided that the manner in which standing orders does not specifically provide for, the Speaker has the discretion to determine any procedural question on how the matter shall be dealt with. In this regard, on Speaker, you have the discretion in terms of directing the House on how to discharge such petition. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here seeking one guidance so that you can be able to guide us as a committee on how we need to prosecute these issues of the petitions which before the committee when it comes to the variation of the various forest boundaries has been petitioned by various members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, please, I do appreciate that we've been on some short recess, and therefore you could have forgotten. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, he was on a point of order, so it doesn't help for you to rise in your place and start shouting it's a point of order. I'm sure you may have forgotten because of the few days. But now you are at liberty. Raise your point of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for reminding us. When we have been on recess, sometimes we forget. But now that I'm fully reminded, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that actually my point of order is not in relation to what the honorable member was saying. But there was a time, Mr. Speaker, I was charged almost 500,000 Kenya shillings, though I didn't finally, through your intervention, I didn't get to pay, because of a broken desk. Where I'm sitting, there's a broken desk, and I'm just fearing the parliament might, again, presume that I'm the one who has broken it. So can the House just take note that I've walked in and there's a broken desk? I am not the one responsible, Mr. Speaker. Because as we are going through election, every penny counts, and I don't want any of my money to be taken for a broken desk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can the clerk through the sergeant at arms will take note of that so that appropriate remedial action may be taken. The sergeant at arms will take note. No, Honorable Pukose, you know, that matter now, it cannot be part of the debate. Let the sergeant at arms check and report to the clerk for appropriate remedial action, if any. All these are interventions, honorable members. TJ Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the point of order that has been brought forward by the chair of that committee. And it is not my place to say, because I can see the deputy speaker is in the House, but I will say it because on behalf of the Rules and Procedure Committee, I think I need to let the member know that this is an issue which we have exercised our minds on for a very long time. Questions to do with petitions generally, which would fulfill Article 119 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, let me also tell him that the committee has looked through Section 34 and the standing orders in which would require petitioners to bring these matters to the House. And recently, just recently as 1 month ago, the committee approved suitable amendments to Section 34 of the Act, including various amendments to Petitions Act legislation and several pieces of amendments to the standing orders that in the process of time, were it not be for the disruption of the COVID-19, it would have been before the House for first reading. So I think, Mr. Speaker, your committee, because this committee is chaired by the Speaker himself, your committee is on top of this matter, and very soon there will be legislations that will be proposed specifically to deal with the question of Section 34 and how Kenyans can approach the Assembly for petitions under Article 119 and for other legislative purposes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Mutua Barasa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just need your guidance. I'm a bit worried because Honorable Babu Owino is not wearing a mask, and he is sitting next to Godfrey Ososi, next to Honorable Lilian Gogo, whom we have businesses to transact next week, and I don't want her to die. He can die if he becomes reckless, Honorable Speaker. So he should put on his mask always, because he was seen from the University of Nairobi yesterday, and he could be a carrier of the virus, Honorable Speaker.
I think the Honorable Babu Owino is accordingly requested to have his mask on. Member for Ndaragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman of the Environment Committee for this point of order, and to point out to the House, Mr. Speaker, that earlier on in the term of this parliament, I filed a petition on behalf of the people of Ndaragwa, who desired the variation of a boundary so that we can be able to create a headquarter. An area that we've been occupying since 1946. And Mr. Speaker, the directions that were given to me was that I needed to go through, they do the procedure so that KFS eventually recommends the petition to the House. I have done all that. We have spent a lot of money to get the documents done, and they are now stuck with KFS. They will never recommend anything to this House. As you look at the other provisions of law, it is important to know that that which we provided for, that KFS must okay these petitions or requests for petitions. They're actually using that provision to deny Kenyans an opportunity to change the boundaries. And it is not to change the boundaries so that you allocate yourself land. It is to change the boundaries so that we can accommodate headquarters, public facilities that the Kenyans themselves have allowed. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very crucial thing. And if it's not dealt, we can only see a pile up of these issues. And I believe that if we get that guidance, and I believe that the committee also can amend that section of the law so that we are able to move to ensure that the desires of Kenyans are fulfilled. We are a case in point, and we have done it the way we were told to do, and we are still stuck 2 years down the line. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, on the interventions, the Honorable Guyo Wario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also raised to support the point of order by the Chair of Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, Honorable Karek Mbuki. Also, I happen to be the member of that committee, Mr. Speaker. The petitions, actually we rely on the CS to give directions. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate when the public petition the National Assembly to get relief on the public forest. And then the CS, Mr. Speaker, is very arrogant. He doesn't consider the parliament as an institution. If you see the appearance of the CS before the committee, he just sent the CAS to appear before the committee. Chair, so I mean the Speaker, we need your intervention on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yet another intervention on the same. Honorable Nyikal. I think
Chair, thank you. I also want to support that, but I'm not a lawyer, but what I find most interesting is that there's an institution which has to give somebody the authority to petition the House. I think that is what I find most disturbing, and on that basis I support the, and I think I'm advised by TJ Kajwang that it may be unconstitutional. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I'll issue a comprehensive response to that and the guidance. But I think appreciating what the Honorable TJ Kajwang did say, remember it's still within the authority of the House to make and unmake laws. In fact, I think it's a bit, it sounds a bit tedious that a member of a House of Parliament can even go to court to seek that a law be nullified when you can do it here yourself. With that as may, you know that you put those provisions in the Act in 2015 when the law was done, 2015 culminating around 2016. So I think it's to just request the Honorable TJ, because I may not be available most of the time, please if you could move with speed so that that section 34 does not then appear to frustrate Article 119, the rights given to Kenyans in 119 of the Constitution. Although, of course, 119 is also couched in terms that say to petition Parliament to do anything within its power. So, including to enact and to repeal laws. So I think maybe the Honorable, I'll request the Honorable TJ Kajwang and the Deputy Speaker, I think, to move with speed to bring that amendment so that at least, you know, I'm aware of several of those kind of petitions that are before the House and before the committee. We don't want to appear like the committee is not working yet. The committee is kind of hamstrung by the provisions of a law that this House passed. So, but there will be communication to that in that regard. Honourable members, before we proceed to the business on the order paper, allow me to read this message from His Excellency the President. Standing Order number 42, subsection 1, relating to messages from the President, provides that, and I quote, the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House, close the quotes. In this regard, therefore, I wish to inform the House that I have today, 28th of April 2021, in brackets on our members, which happens to be my birthday, close the quotes. Received a message from His Excellency the President conveying the nomination of the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Karambu Koome for appointment as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court. The message also includes the certificate of presidential nomination, the judges' curriculum vitae, testimonials, and recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission on the recruitment and selection process for the Chief Justice. This was submitted in line with the provisions of Article 166, Clause 1 of the Constitution, which provides, and I quote, "The President shall appoint the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice in accordance with the recommendations of the Judicial Service Commission and subject to the approval of the National Assembly," close the quotes. The President therefore seeks the approval of the National Assembly on the said nomination. Honourable members, Section 5 of the Public Appointments in brackets Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that an appointing authority shall, upon nominating a person for appointment to which this act applies, notify the relevant House of Parliament accordingly. Consequently, a proper notification in line with the above provision has been received. Honourable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 further provides that the relevant committee should table its report for debate and decision within 28 days from when the notification of nomination is given. Honourable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, subsection 3, paragraph C, I now refer the message, including the curriculum vitae of the nominee, to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs to undertake the necessary approval hearings. I wish to guide the committee as follows on the House. 1, the committee should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings expeditiously. The notification should therefore be made immediately. And 2, the committee should thereafter commence the necessary approval hearings and table its report on or before Tuesday, 25th of May, 2021, for debate and decision by the House. Finally, although the committee and the House have 28 days to consider and make a decision on the nomination, in view of the compelling public interest and the unique place of the office of the Chief Justice within our constitutional and legal order, the committee is requested to consider the nomination on a priority basis. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The Honourable Mukali Mutua. Florence Mutua, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the vetting of Professor Fatuma N. Chege, PhD, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 28 April 2021. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Education and Research conducted an approval hearing for Professor Fatuma N. Chege, nominee for appointment to the position of Principal Secretary.
Sorry, Honorable Florence Mutua.
Yes.
The motion, the motion.
I have said.
Maybe you should, do you have the order paper?
Yes.
So that, we want the answer, The House being a house of record,
Where's the order paper? Nisaidie na order paper. Nipe. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the consideration of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms. Mr. Speaker,
maybe Honorable Florence Mutua.
Yes.
The format is as follows: that I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of that blah blah blah.
Huh?
Then it will follow.
Mr. Speaker, I've done that.
Not yet.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 1553B of the Constitution and the Sections 3(8) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, that this House approves the appointment of Professor Fatuma N. Chege, PhD, as Principal Secretary, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. Mr. Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Education and Research conducted an approval hearing of one Professor Fatuma Chege, nominee for appointment to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department for the Implementation of Curriculum Reforms in the Ministry of Education on 1st April 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to the House that the Clerk of the National Assembly followed the procedures, which I think I will skip, to ensure that the right procedures were followed. The Clerk invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath affidavits on the suitability of the nominee. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the House that by the close of the deadline, the committee had not received any submissions in support or in contention on the suitability of the nominee for appointment as the Principal Secretary for curriculum reforms. Further, Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 1181B of the Constitution, Section 6(4) of the Act and Standing Order 45(3), I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, the procedure was fully met. Honorable Speaker, the nominee finally appeared before the committee on Thursday, 1st April 2021, for the approval hearing in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. And quickly, Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following observations. First, the committee considered the nominees' duly filled questionnaire in accordance with Section 6(8) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, curriculum vitae, report from relevant authorities, oral submissions during the approval hearing, and made the following observations. That one, Mr. Speaker, the nominee had a wide and very rich academic background with a certificate in teacher training, diploma in education, Bachelor of Education, Master of Arts, Education, and PhD in education with specialization in gender and education. Mr. Speaker, we found that the nominee had relevant experience and management skills, having served in the public service for the last 48 years, and currently she's the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Kenyatta University Administration. Mr. Speaker, we also found out that she has 30 years teaching philosophy and sociology of education and qualitative research methods in the university. She is trained and a certified teacher with 5 years teaching experience at all levels
of basic education in Kenya and 2 years tutoring in teaching training colleges. Mr. Speaker and the House, the nominee served as an elected chairperson of the Department of Education Foundation for 4 years and was an elected dean, School of Education for 6 years, chairperson of the Kenya Education Management Institute, chairperson of the Kenya School of Law, and she was a member of several boards. The nominee served as the chairperson of the Presidential Task Force on implementation of curriculum reforms. Mr. Speaker, the nominee demonstrated adequate leadership and extensive research skills gained during her long academic period. Mr. Speaker, the procedure that has been followed to arrive at the nominee is provided for under Article 155, 3A and read with Section 47.3 of the Public Service Commission Act number 10 of 27 was adhered to by the selection panel. And that out of the 3 nominees presented to His Excellency the President by the Public Service Commission, the President nominated Professor Fatuma Chege for approval by the National Assembly and subsequent appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Curriculum Reforms, pursuant to Article 1553. Mr. Speaker, we went through the oral submissions and also found that the nominee, the evidence submitted by the nominee during the approval hearing, that she met all the constitutional and statutory requirements necessary for appointment as Principal Secretary as provided for under Article 155A of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, today Kenya is developing a new curriculum for the new era. The national policy on curriculum reforms is guided by the vision of nurturing every learner's potential and is championed at the highest level, highest political levels by the Kenyan head of state, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Cabinet Secretary, C.S. Magoha. In line with Kenya Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker, and the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the overall aim of the new competence-based curriculum is to equip citizens with the skills for the 21st century. CBS focuses on the global shift towards education programs that encourage optimum human capital development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this motion that Professor Chege be appointed the PS for the newly created Department of Curriculum Reforms and Implementation. Mr. Speaker, as the chair has alluded, the committee found this lady to
be capable of running this department owing to the fact that she convinced us the way of handling her questions. She is mature, composed, and able to handle very stressful questions. And her vast experience, also owing to the fact that she even worked at lower levels of education, all the way to the university and currently an administrator there, and also complemented with the fact that she actually chaired the task force that the president appointed to look into the issue of curriculum reforms and implementation. Mr. Speaker, we found that there would be no better person actually to implement the recommendations of that committee. And Mr. Speaker, I would have said more, but reading the mood of the House, it appears like I just have to second Mr. Speaker and request the House to adopt this report and approve the appointment of Professor Chege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Very well. Can you, Member Mamoya, why don't you finish fetching water? I propose a question. I hope I'm audible now. I propose a question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department of Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Clause 3, Paragraph B of the Constitution, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Professor Fatuma N. Chege, PhD, as Principal Secretary, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. Well, there is an overwhelming demand for Honorable Onebaya.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, one.
Now, can we? Let's just wait. Let's hold on. As the staff are busy trying to rectify the mics, we'll get back to you, the Honorable David Ochieng, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, proceed on.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to support the report and support the appointment of Professor Fatuma Chege as Principal Secretary in Education reforms, curriculum reforms. Professor Fatuma Chege, I think, is one of the very well knowledgeable educationists in this country. I know Professor Fatuma Chege because she was my professor at the university, both at master's level and at undergrad. And I know she's a good practitioner. She's not only an administrator and a curriculum developer, but she's a practitioner in education, having taught from the lowest level to the highest level. Her work can speak for itself. And I think for the first time, I have seen that the president is recognizing my alma mater, Kenyatta University, as the home of education in this country. We have now Dr. Ruto, who is now a CAS there, and Professor Fatuma Chege, who is also an alumnus, and also a professor at Kenyatta University, where a lot of education principles and practices have been developed. I think this country now has the right people to drive education curriculum reform for the betterment of this country, and also driving this country towards industrialization and using education for development. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the committee for accepting this gallant lady into the Ministry of Education so that she can bring in her expertise and her education to help this country move forward in the education sector. Thank you very much, and I congratulate Professor. Thank you.
Honorable David Ochieng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the chair of the committee give a report, and this being out of record, I was looking forward to seeing this lady's CV and her credentials. But what we have on the portal, Mr. Speaker, are for some other people. If you check through your portal now, the documents uploaded with regard to this nomination are of other persons, not of Professor Fatuma Chege. Mr. Speaker, it's not just us following these proceedings. These are nationwide processes. And so if you go to that portal, the persons whose names or whose documents have been given to us as Fatuma Chege, I mean, this House of Record, Honorable Junet, you should go to school a bit. This House of Record, that what we are discussing is Professor Fatuma Chege, not these other people whose names appear now in the record. Mr. Speaker, the names that appear now are those of Dr. Jamlek Muturi and Timon Alfred. So could these records be made proper so that, because the only way of us interfacing with this document is this process, not hard copies anymore. And so if the records are showing other people, not Fatuma Chege, then we are not debating the right report. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank you so much.
Maybe the Honorable Chair, what would be your reaction to what the Honorable David Ochieng has raised? Honorable Florence Mutua.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely don't know what Mheshimiwa Ochieng is talking about, because we have the right CV, we do have the right documentation, and indeed we are discussing the right Professor Fatuma Chege. Maybe the system was uploaded the wrong report, Mr. Speaker, but we will ensure that the right report is uploaded.
No, who are you informing? Now, Honorable Dr. Diambo, you know you are the one who seconded the motion. Now, you want to provide information to Honorable Ochieng about what has been uploaded. What is? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The information that I wanted just to pass to support what my chair is saying, we had 2 reports. So the names he's reading is for the second report. So I believe he must have just opened a different CV. There are 2 different reports that we are presenting today. there is this appointment of the PS and then the TSC commissioner. So I think he has opened the wrong report, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chieng.
Mr. Speaker, what I have on my desk reads the following. The report of the vetting of Professor Fatuma N. Chege, PhD, for appointment to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. Mr. Speaker, if you go ahead on page, Mr. Speaker, on page, let's for example go to page 55. Page 55, page 54. Mr. Speaker, the documents annexed, all of them relate to other persons other than Fatuma Chege, as uploaded here.
Who are those ones?
They relate to the TSC commissioners, Mr. Speaker. That's what is on the record here. So the issue, Mr. Speaker, is not for...
Can you perhaps go to, maybe where they're dealing with the one of TSC commissioners, maybe that's where the one of the lady may be.
Mr. Speaker, but we are also of record, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow this to stand as a house.
So, you know, it will be corrected. It will be corrected, Honorable Chieng. It will be corrected. If there is that mix-up, it will be corrected.
I can't see the documents, Mr. Speaker.
Because
I can't see them.
obviously, that cannot be the work of the chair. That is the work of the staff.
It's not the chair, Mr. Speaker, it's the staff.
Yes, it must be it will be corrected. The clerk takes to correct. Honorable Dr. Tuitoek, Cameroon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the candidacy of Professor Fatuma. Her background was very strong, Honorable Speaker. She rose from humble backgrounds, and she really went through education up to the highest academic levels, and also practiced education from as a teacher, as well as rising through the university, teaching the university. And we found her to be quite ready to carry the issues of implementation of reforms. Especially, she has been the chair of the task force on the CBC. So we actually support her candidature. Therefore, I request that the House approves her appointment. Thank you. I beg to support.
Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas I don't have a problem with Professor Fatuma Chege, first, I don't know her well, but I've heard from those who have interacted with her and the committee that she's qualified for the job. But, Mr. Speaker, the concern I have, which I thought this committee would help the House deal with, is the tendency of the executive, and more particularly, I want to say the president, in creating too many departments in ministries. Mr. Speaker, we cannot always complain as a nation that we have a bloated wage bill, that the wage bill keeps on increasing, and as a House, we keep on approving more appointments and more creation of positions without even raising a finger. Mr. Speaker, what is our role as oversight institution in this country if we have agreed that the government is heavy, then we cannot continue allowing creation of more positions in government. And so, Mr. Speaker, this lady does not need a new job. She already has a job. We can only create more positions if we need them. But if those positions are not needed, then why do we create them? This ministry, particularly Ministry of Education, has so many PSs already. Why are we creating additional permanent secretary? So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have 5 PSs a year. And I want to say on behalf of the people of Super South, who are taxpayers in this country, that we do not need another PS. What the executive needs is to realign these functions to other existing departments so that we retain the number of PSs we have. And, Mr. Speaker, I am saying this convicted that this is the only way that at least we will say there is a stop to the way we have been doing things. Because it is hypocritical for us. It is hypocritical to go to the media, go to TV talk shows, lamenting and complaining that we have a bloated executive, that we are spending so much on salaries, and we come back in this house, receive nominees from the president, creating more positions, and we ceremoniously, and like conveyor belt, just pass the names. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just opposing the appointment of this lady, but I'm opposing the creation of a new principal secretary in the Ministry of Education. It is unnecessary, it is wastage of public resources, and so I oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order from the member for Kilifi North.
Mr. Speaker, you see, I like what my leader is saying, but he also contradicts himself because he supports the BBI, which creates even more positions. And therefore, when he stands here and says that, he is saying no to this because of a new position, it creates even more positions, Mr. Speaker.
Are you through with the Honorable? The Honorable Bandi. Give the Honorable Bandi. The Honorable Bandi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, whereas Honorable Owen Baya is my friend and sits very close to me, but Mr. Speaker, since he deserted ODM and went some other wing, I don't want to mention today, Mr. Speaker is so confused. Well, Mr. Speaker, really, BBI has not been costed. Or the positions that are created in BBI, if I ask you today to present a cost, you may not. So those are allegations. Mr. Speaker, I think what we are discussing is a substantive issue as to whether we should expand the executive or not, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with what my chairman has said and my leader. Mr. Speaker, curriculum is a very important thing, I know. And I know that we are moving from 844 to another system, 63, I don't know what. But Mr. Speaker, that is just one item in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you are going to appoint a PS for one item, Mr. Speaker, when you want to do school feeding program also, you'll appoint a PS. When you want to do something, Mr. Speaker, this is not the best way to manage the public service, Mr. Speaker. I think this is just creating a job for someone, Mr. Speaker. And this must stop, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how many PSs are in the Ministry of Education so far? There are around five of them. 5 PSs, Mr. Speaker. There is one I know that his title is Development of Post-Skills something, Mr. Speaker. It's called Chariot. That man is doing nothing, that minister, Mr. Speaker. Why can't you give this job to that guy, Mr. Speaker? He can do, honestly, he's idle. I have visited him, he has no work to do completely. Why can't you give that job to that guy so that he can do it? Because he's already earning a salary as a PS, Mr. Speaker. Post-skill development, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I urge this House. Me, I don't want to say I'm supporting her because let us drop this matter, Mr. Speaker. Let us reject something for the first time so that we go on record as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that there is something this Parliament has rejected, Mr. Speaker. And this is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. This is the first opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Let us reject this one, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nyeri Town. Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honour members. I can see those who are light moments. But let's go back to business.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this appointment, and Mr. Speaker had actually raised a point of order on the comments that were made by Minority Leader Honorable Bandi. Because as a member of the Education Committee, one of the things we actually interrogated was the importance of that particular department. Mr. Speaker, curriculum development, curriculum implementation, which is actually what the Dr. Fatuma is coming into the department that's going to be doing that work. Mr. Speaker, I do not know whether Honorable Bandi, maybe he doesn't have children who are in the lower classes. And I want to make a point that we are currently going through a transition of curriculum, Mr. Speaker. And the transition of curriculum is affecting millions of children. Mr. Speaker, I wish he was arguing for us to remove another state department, not this one. Because this particular department is affecting millions of children. We have children in primary school right now who are undergoing education under two systems. Lower classes who are under CBC, and upper classes who are under 844. That transition is a critical part of our education system that needs to be oversighted very closely. That is what this department is going to be seeing. Mr. Speaker, it would be important then, in my opinion, for Honorable Bandi and Honorable Junet to actually interrogate what role this particular department is going to be doing. Because we cannot reject something for the sake of rejecting it. There has to be context. We cannot make a point of saying we are going to reject this appointment so that we make a point. We have to do it based on context. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit disappointed in Honorable Bandi and Honorable Junet, and I wanted to maybe just inform them that this department is going to be overseeing work that is affecting millions of children who are going through a transition in their curriculum. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, remember the rules of debate. You could even get excited, be disappointed, but just make your point. Don't bother. This reference to one another, honourable members, is not helping in debate. And because I know we are getting into some, I can see a lot of members who have indicated desire to speak. I don't know whether all of you want to speak to this one or. Yeah, the Honorable Mark Nyamita, member for Uriri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to reject this appointment. And my reason for the same, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. Within the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, we have the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development, which is a fully fledged institution that deals with the curriculum of both primary and secondary schools in this country. All I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, you might want to know that the current PS for basic education came from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. He is already skilled, and together with that institute, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if it is the issues of curriculum development, it can ably be handled at that particular point. In any case, Mr. Speaker, the PS will be working with, the PS is not going to work in this department alone, but the PS is going to be working with the technocrats within the ministry. So all we're asking is that the President should consider reorganizing the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, today if you go to the Ministry of Education, sometimes, even when we are following up on matters that affect us in our different schools, you will be tossed back and forth because the departments are too many that sometimes they don't even know who is in charge of what. So I just want to say that in as much as we are encouraging the government to continue to create employment, but these many appointments that we are having, this current constitution put a limit on the number of cabinet secretaries that were supposed to be there. And the ordinary thing that should have happened, even if a cabinet secretary was to be given some people to help them in the name of PSS, there can just be maybe 1 or 2 people. But we can't have 6 people under one cabinet secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues that this appointment is misplaced and we need to reject it in total. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dwelly.
Mr. Speaker, I I don't know why people have a problem with Fatuma, because at the same people were talking about inclusivity, and on the month of Ramadan, I presume Fatuma is a Muslim and she is representing a constituency. But Mr. Speaker, the matter, and I really want to bring to attention of the House, that Honorable Junet, and I can't lie, just like me, our children go to Aga Khan. And that's why he doesn't know this new system, but for benefit of doubt, it is 263333, Honorable Junet. But the question is, the whole concept of shifting from 844 to this new system itself is faulty. Because you are taking this system, which is at the same par with the other international standards, to rural schools where there's no electricity, they have no food, they have no classrooms, they have nothing. And no teachers. Some regions like Kapedo and part of Northeastern, teachers are not there. So whether we appoint a PS or not, we must evaluate the whole system. This system can't work. And you know, that's why we are missing the late Professor Oporo, the late Mzee Moi. Even when he brought 844, he brought with the milk. You know, he brought with the milk something to entice. Now you are bringing a system and you're not enticing even the rural folk. The Speaker, you cannot bring the same system or closer to that what is being taught in Aga Khan in Breban to a school in rural Kenya. So the whole issue, apart from the issue of, and I really want to thank Honorable Bandi, they might not listen to you on the bloated wage bill, but in a few months' time, they will listen to IMF, and they will listen to the World Bank. So just wait. Hold your horses. And I have a feeling even the CS will be sacked because they have to reduce and rationalize. Mr. Speaker, I think the Education Committee, apart from now this vetting, they should bring a report to the House on the success of this system. This system is not taking place. You cannot introduce this kind of a system. It's PE, for example, PE is supposed to be a very key thing in this system. Some schools even don't have field. They don't have classrooms. So I think Parliament and its committee must interrogate. And I really want to agree with also a member who said the current PS of basic education is a guy who created the father of this system. You know? He's an expert. Mr. Speaker, you cannot call a public officer who cannot defend himself notorious. I think that is very unparliamentary. Yeah? Yeah, a public officer who can defend. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support Fatuma, I hope it is not the individual we are calling about. It is the whole system is not taking place. You know, and I come from a background that we promised Kenyans laptops. When some of us during that time we said, are you sure we'll deliver these laptops? 8 years down the line, there are no laptops because the schools have no electricity. The schools had no classrooms. They had no teachers. So how do you take a laptop, a gadget? So, Mr. Speaker, I support, but I think everybody must interrogate, and all of us, the stakeholders, must interrogate the system.
Member from Vita.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think you probably might want to give guidance to myself and my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the report that is before us is about the nomination of an individual to a certain position and not about the creation of that particular position, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as I agree with my colleagues and the leadership, Honorable Mbadi and Honorable Junet, but I equally need to remind them that this is a house of procedures, and what is there is not an issue of whether the element of
that lady is the one who should be the one who holds that position, or whether that position should be created, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I find it quite disturbing when a few years ago, my brother, elder brother, Honorable Duale, was the one who was clapping and applauding that people will be getting free laptops. He was the one who promised us, whilst we were the ones who were asking whether it is feasible, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's important for you to give us guidance on these matters. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker,
Leader Majority.
I can see very clearly that perhaps there is some confusion within the House on the report that has been tabled and on the matter that we are discussing. And because of the seriousness of the matter, I would want to, pursuant to Standing Order number 96, which basically allows a member to move that the question being discussed be postponed to another day. I wish honorable members, Honorable Speaker, I want your protection. Honorable Speaker, the issue, some issues have been, there are some questions that are rising on the floor that perhaps the Education Committee needs to bring more information. Where are we on the curriculum? Why do we not appear for the curriculum? These matters have not come. And hence, we might end up making a decision based on the wrong premise. And it's important that by the time this House makes a decision, we have all this information on the floor. So I would wish, Honorable Speaker, to move that the debate on this motion on the approval of Professor Fatuma Chege be now adjourned, pursuant to Standing Order 96. That's it. Any question?
Yeah. You know, very well, honour members. You know, honour members, sometimes it's good always to always consult your standing orders, so that you know what you say. You know, it's just the decision is upon the Speaker to make. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, the motion, the dilateral motion, is not one that is an abuse of the process, the Speaker may allow without question put. So I don't know why many of you want to do my work. So you just have to allow me to do my work, because you know you will do the other one. Well, in my opinion, the motion is proper, and in my view, it's not an abuse of the process of the House. And therefore, I grant the request without question put. Debate will resume at another date when the House resumes. Next order. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as chairperson and member of the Teacher Service Commission.
The chairperson, Honorable Florence Mutua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment to the Teacher Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, Section 8.8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act 2012, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House now approves the appointment of the following persons to the Teacher Service Commission. 1, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, Chairperson, and 2, Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho as a member. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Education and Research conducted approval hearings for the following nominees for appointment to the positions of Chairperson and member of the Teacher Service Commission on 8 April 2021, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John for appointment as Chairperson of the Teacher Service Commission, and Mr. Timon Alfred Oyucho Otieno for appointment as member for the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the nominees followed the due process and the Clerk of the National Assembly also followed the procedure and advertised on the print media on Wednesday 31st, inviting the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath affidavits on the suitability of the nominees in conformity with Section 6.9 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that by the close of business, submission deadline, the committee had received 2 memoranda contesting the suitability of 1, Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho, for appointment as a member of the Teacher Service Commission from the following persons. 1, Mr. Eliud Owino of P.O. Box 49300, 00100, telephone number 0722-782806. In his submission, Mr. Eliud Owino averred that Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho has no regard to rule of law, thrives on deception, and flourishes in the business of deceit through falsehood and manipulation of weak minds. As the Director of Legal, Labor, and Industrial Relations at the Commission, he is the chief architect of persistent friction between teachers and their employer TSC, through misleading, misadvising the Commission leadership to execute wrong decisions, which consequently has led TSC into gross violation of the Constitutions, TSC Act, Labor Relations Act, ILO treaties, conventions, protocols, and memoranda of understanding, including the UN chapter. The second one, Mr. Speaker, was from Mr. Zabulon Boya of telephone 023-458-772, submitted that the nominee has consistently and persistently misadvised the Commission as the Director of Legal, Labor, and Industrial Relations, leading to the breach of the Constitution of Kenya, the TSC Act 2012. Further, he lacks integrity, empathy, and does not believe in rule of law and transformation of teaching service for quality education. Mr. Speaker, after consideration and deliberation on the memoranda, the committee took note of the petitioner concerns and resolved to make a determination of its own to establish the suitability of the nominee to be appointed as the member of the TSC Commission. The committee observed that both memoranda, Mr. Speaker, did not meet the required threshold as is provided under Section 6.9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act because they had not been signed under oath, a commissioner of oaths. Mr. Speaker, all the fulfillments in the due process were followed, and the committee made the following observations. 1, Section 5 of the Teacher Service Act number 2020 of 20 in accordance with Article 250 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, currently the Teacher Service Commission has only 2 serving commissioners who were appointed in 2020 after the terms of the previous commissioners expired on various dates between 2019 and 2021. The 2 commissioners are from Central and Nairobi regions. It is apparent that at the moment the Teacher Service Commission is not properly constituted. That the nominees...
Now, honour members,
Mr. Speaker,
honour members, I think we had large break when you could go and do this kamukunjis. Allow the Honourable Florence to prosecute her matter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we found that the nominee being considered for approval or otherwise by the committee from Eastern and Nyanza regions for the chairperson and member respectively. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Mr. Speaker, we had a meeting with the Public Service Commission and the TSC, where we requested them that they should advertise for the other regions. The other regions that are remaining are 5, and we have been, it has been confirmed that within the next 14 days, the advertisements for the 5 remaining regions are going to be advertised. Mr. Speaker, that to fill the vacant positions, an advertisement was done by the Teacher Service Commission in March 2020. However, only 2 vacancies were advertised, one for chairperson and the other one for member, as opposed to advertising all the 7. And that is why we had a meeting with the Public Service Commission to confirm why all the 7 commissions, the positions were not advertised. That the procedure used to arrive at the nominees for the position of chairperson and member was adhered to by the selection panel, and that out of the 3 nominees, Mr. Speaker, presented to His Excellency the President by the selection panel, the President nominated one Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, for approval by the National Assembly, and subsequent appointment as chairperson, Teacher Service Commission, pursuant to Article 252B and C of the Constitution. That out of the 3 nominees presented to His Excellency the President by the selection panel, the President nominated one Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho for approval by the National Assembly and subsequent appointment as member, Teacher Service Commission, in line with Article 250B and C. Mr. Speaker, we made the following general recommendations: that the appointing authority in making subsequent appointments towards attaining the full membership of the Teacher Service Commission should adhere to the provisions of Section 8, 16A and B of the Teacher Service Commission Act number 20 of 2012, which provides that in nominating or appointing a person as a member of the Commission, the panel and the President shall observe the principle of gender equity, ethnic and other diversities of the people of Kenya, and shall ensure equality of opportunity for persons with disability, and lastly, take into account the national values and principles set out in Article 10, 27 and 232 of the Constitution. Further, the appointing authority should place emphasis on age to ascertain whether the youth are represented, provided under Article 55C of the Constitution, and nationality, to ensure the nomination is in compliance with Article 78 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, about our nominee, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, nominee for the position of chairperson, Teacher Service Commission, we made the following observations: that the nominee possesses a rich academic background. He holds a PhD qualification in agricultural entomology from Kenyatta University, 2 master's degrees, namely a master's degree in agricultural entomology from Kenyatta University, and a Master of Business Administration in Global Business Management from the United States International University. He has a bachelor's degree in Education Science from Kenyatta University, In addition, the nominee holds a higher diploma in human resource management from the Institute of Personnel Management in Nairobi. The nominee, Mr. Speaker, has a wide experience of 32 years in educational management and training, has served in various capacities of classroom teacher, high school principal, university lecturer, and county executive committee member in charge of education, science, and technology in Embu County, and is currently working as the CEC in charge of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and cooperatives in Embu County government. That during the approval, Mr. Speaker, the nominee exhibited knowledge in matters relating to education and management, leadership skills, and human resource management qualities necessary for the position, Mr. Speaker, he's being nominated to. Mr. Speaker, that based on the number of submissions during the approval hearing, the nominee demonstrated abilities and knowledge, understanding, and experience, qualities necessary for the appointment as Chairperson, Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno, and these are the observations that we made as a committee, that the nominee has a rich background, rich academic background. He holds a Master of Laws degree and Bachelor of Laws degree, both from the University of Nairobi. In addition, he holds a postgraduate diploma of law from the Kenya School of Law and is a member of the Law Society of Kenya. The nominee also holds a diploma in science education majoring in mathematics and physics. He has undertaken other short courses, workshops, and conference on education, law, and related fields. Mr. Speaker, currently the nominee is pursuing a master's degree in employment and labor relations at the University of Turin in Italy. The nominee has 34 years experience in matters relating to education, training, and law. He served under the Teacher Service Commission for the entire period of his public service in different capacities, rising from the level of assistant teacher to director legal, labor and industrial relations directorate commission. That his service under the commission comprises 13 years of classroom teaching in various secondary schools. And for me to summarize, let me go directly to the recommendations. All the other procedures were followed, Mr. Speaker. The committee recommendations, having conducted the approval hearings for the nominees pursuant to Article 252B of the Constitution, as read with Section 8.8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act, number 2020, number 20 of 2012, Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011, the committee recommends that this House approves the nomination of Dr. Jamlek Muturi John for appointment to the position of Chairperson of the Teacher Service Commission, and approves the nomination of one Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho for appointment to the position of member of the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted by the members that we only have 2 commissioners performing duties. We have 2 commissioners in the commission right now, and they cannot perform any duties because they do not have the required quorum. So, Mr. Speaker, I kindly beg the House to support the adoption of this report so that the TSC Commission can be able to have the required quorum to be able to support. Honorable members, it is important for us to know that the current CBA is coming to an end of June, and we need this commission in place so that we can be able to discuss serious matters relating to teachers. Mr. Speaker, it is also upon the honorable members to know that the promotion, placement, and recruitment can only take place if we have the entire commission on board. Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move and call upon Honorable Ngunjiri Wambogo to second this motion. Thank you.
Who's seconding? Honorable Wambogo. Eric Dick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion on the appointment of Dr. Jamlek Mutungi John, PhD, and to be Chair TSC, and Mr. Timon Alfred Oyucho Otieno to be a member of the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I would like to emphasize that has come from the substantive presentation by the Chair is the critical role that TSC plays and the fact that we have a CBA coming up in a few months, which will require us to have quorum at the commission, and right now we do not have, as we only have 2 commissioners. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to emphasize the issue of regional diversity, ethnic diversity. Mr. Speaker, when we were interrogating these nominees for the commissioner, we raised the issue with the TSC, and it was also raised this morning with the head of the public service, that there were 7 vacancies and only 2 were advertised. And we have been informed that part of this is because there is a structure of ensuring that the commissioners' terms expire in a staggered way, so that we do not find ourselves in the situation we find ourselves right now, where we do not have quorum at the commission. However, we are assured that currently, if the House supports this report to pass these 2 nominees, we are advised that an advertisement will be coming up within the next 2 weeks to ensure that we also have the remaining 5 positions advertised, and to take cognizant of the fact that of the need for regional diversification. It has been noted that the nominees, the commissioners we have, including these nominees, will be representing Northeastern, Central, Eastern, and Nyanza. That means Rift Valley, Western, Nairobi, and Coast nominees or commissioners are the ones who will be advertised in the coming advertisements, to ensure that TSC has a regional representation and that it is able to ensure that the voices of every part of this country is represented. Mr. Speaker, the other thing we urge the public service is to ensure that we also have youth represented in that particular commission. And we're looking forward to the adverts. As a committee, we want to make a commitment to this House that we will ensure that the next appointments ensure that the commission, once fully constituted, having a chair and 8 commissioners, has a representation and has a regional diversification and gender diversification by the time that as it operates and heads into the next term. I second. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment to the Teacher Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, Section 8, Subsection 8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act of 2012, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House now approves the appointment of the following persons to the Teacher Service Commission. 1, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, Chairperson, and 2, Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho, Member. Is that the House I put the question? Honourable members, it's the desire of the House that I put the question. Yes. I therefore accordingly do so, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment to the Teacher Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 28, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, Section 8, Subsection 8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act of 2012, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House now approves the appointment of the following persons to the Teacher Service Commission. 1, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, Chairperson. 2, Mr. Timon Alfred Otieno Oyucho, Member. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Very well.
Order number 10, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill
2020, second reading.
There? No. Clerk. Just, yeah. Sinimaliza hii. What is happening at the back there? No, honour members, we are now on business appearing on the order paper as number 10, which is the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. As you can see from the order paper, it is introduced pursuant to the provisions of Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution. And again, it is indicated that a member nominated by the promoters of the Building Bridges Initiative to move. I have since received a letter signed by the promoters as the head of the Secretariat of the Building Bridges Initiative, indicating that a request that they have appointed the leader of the majority party to be the person in the House to move the bill for second reading, and the leader of the minority party to be the person to second. That letter is in my office and is deposited with the clerk. And therefore, that is what will happen thereafter is then the chairman of the departmental committee to which the bill was referred will have the first bite of the cherry. What is your point of order, Honorable Sankok? No?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I rise on a point of order under Standing Order 83 to seek your guidance on whether the timelines exposed in Article 256 of the Constitution Amendment by Parliamentary Initiative on the 90 days for calling of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 for second reading apply. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, Article 257 of the Constitution is silent on timelines and stages for consideration of the bill. Indeed, Article 57 of the Constitution only applies Article 256(4) in respect to assent of the bill only, and hence Article 256(1) may not apply. Honorable Speaker, for clarity purposes, in this case, are we in order to proceed to consider the bill for second reading in light of the timelines set out in Article 256(1) of 90 days? Honorable Speaker, still, I seek your guidance on whether a bill to amend the Constitution can be amended. As seen from the report of the Joint Committee, the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights, the report of the joint committees raises serious constitutional issues contained in Clause 43, 44, 66, 67, and the second schedule to the bill that in view should inform
amendments to the bill. Honorable Speaker, these clauses deal with the offices
Now, Honorable Sankok.
Yes.
You know, I want to just spare. You're also on a point of order, but now you are debating something which is not even before the House.
No,
until the bill has been moved.
Yes.
All those things you're writing about, clauses, what, they are just for entertaining yourself.
Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance.
No, just a minute. Honorable members, the Honorable Sankok has the floor. No, Honorable Sankok, you have the floor, but please, do not refer to something that has not been moved.
Okay.
However, you are perfectly in order to raise the issues about Article 256. But unfortunately, Honorable Sankok, so that we don't waste time.
Yes.
And no other member waste time on this. The issue you have raised about 90 days is when it is a parliamentary initiative. It is a parliamentary initiative. That is when the 90 days publication period applies. It does not apply to a popular initiative.
Yeah, Your Honorable Speaker, that is why I was seeking your guidance, because I know you are very intelligent, you are well informed, you are a mobile encyclopedia when it comes to the constitution. Well, shut up, Honorable Buddy. Don't ban. So I really do agree, and I'm well guided. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, honorable members, Honorable Chris Wamalwa. Yes, and you know, even as you raise, all of you want to speak at this point. Yes. Remember, there is nothing has been, is before the House. All that we have done is to read the order paper, the order.
Thank you.
So that you don't address me on what is the contents, the substance.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, Honorable Amalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order regarding your earlier communication of 4th March, regarding the second and the third reading pertaining this BBI report, whereby you had indicated clearly, Mr. Speaker, and this being a House of Records, that it should be moved by the committee chair. And today you've mentioned another letter from the promoters that the majority and the minority respectively. So what happens with that ruling of the 4th March, Mr. Speaker? We need your guidance. I thank you.
Very well. That's a valid concern, Honorable Amalwa. Remember, the promoters are at liberty. What has been communicated to the Speaker is the desire of the promoters. It will really be unfair for the Speaker to come and chat them, the promoters, since they have indicated their preference. And they can actually nominate, they can even nominate you, Honorable Amalwa. If they nominated you, we will still have, no option but to Honorable, because how can you say they cannot nominate the Honorable Amalwa? So if they nominated the Honorable Amalwa, again, I would have no issue. It's just to accede to their desires. My earlier communication was on the basis that there was no indication as to how it was going to be moved. And I came in as an agent of necessity to give a preference of what I felt at the time should be the right way. And that's why I indicated that the chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee was to move. But the promoters, having written and clearly indicated their preference, I should accede or defer to their desire and wish. Honorable Murugara. Honorable Gitonga Murugara. Let me. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is on the report that was tabled this morning. And we have received an extract of 170 pages this morning. I have been approached by several members, and I speak as an insider, that I actually sat through the sittings of the Joint Committee when we wrote this report. It is a report that is intensive in the content. Most of the members have not had the opportunity to read the 170 pages, so that when the time comes for us to debate the bill, we require to do justice because of the monumental value of that bill to the citizens of Kenya. Therefore, if you look at what was tabled this morning, to be fair, it is bigger than our holy book, the Bible. It is in fact bigger than the Bible and the Quran combined. It is even bigger than the Bible, the Quran, and the Gita put together. Sincerely, we cannot debate and do justice to this bill unless we are given time to read the report, to internalize it, and ensure that we have quality debate to the bill. Therefore, understanding order number one, Honorable Speaker, I beseech you to exercise your discretion and give us, the members and everyone, not less than 7 days to read this report and then debate the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honor members, please, honor members, let us just treat each other with decorum and also with some element of seriousness. The Honorable Gitonga Murugara, the member for Tharaka, said that he speaks as an insider, a member who sat throughout all the meetings of the two committees sitting together, but he still has not read and understood what he even approved. So he was now to be the one interceding on behalf of all the others. So what then Honorable Gitonga Murugara actually then is saying that he should not even be a member of the committee. Because members of the committee should, if you are the ones to stand here and say that you have not read. No. Let's have other members. Honorable Ndidi Nyoro.
Thank you.
If you make the wrong, you must weigh your wants as you make your interventions.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise on a slightly different move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in a bicameral parliament in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. That is the National Assembly and the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, an affront to one of us is an affront to all of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am referencing on something that happened this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, in the precincts of Parliament, where one of our own, the Senator for Meru, Senator Mithika Linturi, was kidnapped by the DCI police, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen an alarming rate of intimidation. We have seen an alarming rate of intimidation, Mr. Speaker, by the executive meted to members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I seek your direction.
Now, honor members, let him say what he has to say. I am sure, maybe more than any of you, I have the answer.
Mr. Speaker,
so let him say what he has to say.
We have seen an alarming rate of intimidation, Mr. Speaker, meted on members of Parliament, and especially by the executive.
And Mr. Speaker, I was just trying to say that this afternoon, one of us, the Senator for Meru, Medeka Rinturi, was actually kidnapped by some people who are suspected to be DCI officers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is barbaric, and especially at such a time that you have come to debate a document that ostensibly is bringing about good governance, Mr. Speaker, to our country. I think this is diabolical, it is backward, and it has to be stopped, Mr. Speaker, by members of this parliament, Mr. Speaker, that is the National Assembly and the Senate. And I also want to remind the executive, we can no longer continue to guard our democracy through the barrel of a gun. Mr. Speaker, democracy is a matter of debate. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of opinions. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot pretend and purport that we are coming here to debate a BBI report, Mr. Speaker, that purports, Mr. Speaker, to even expand, Mr. Speaker, democracy and the voices of all, when members of this parliament are intimidated on how to debate this report, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence that we suspend this sitting, Mr. Speaker, until we know the welfare of one of us, Senator Medeka Rinturi, Mr. Speaker, whom actually we don't even know whether he's alive, Mr. Speaker, after he was kidnapped by the DCI officers at the precincts of this parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I submit.
Honour members. No, don't get agitated, honour members. You know, if I allow all of you now to react to this, I'm sure we just a minute. Don't raise up your hands now, please. The matter which the Honourable Didi Nyoro has raised had already been raised with me earlier, and I'm sure, as you know, no house commands the other on how to transact its business. And the Honourable Senator Medeka Rinturi has since returned to the other house. He is safe. That other house will deal with that matter as appropriate. They have sufficient rules and regulations that govern the protection of members as appropriate, especially when members are coming to perform parliamentary duties within the precincts of Parliament. So that matter is in very safe hands, Honourable Didi Nyoro. The Honourable Medeka Rinturi is safe, and there is no cause for us to suspend, to go and demonstrate on the streets, because we are lawmakers. We don't want to do that. Let's deal with the issues. Those responsible will have to go and answer before the appropriate Senate committee dealing with issues of privileges of members. So I think let's not get excited about this. It is okay. The matter is okay. The member is safe in the precincts of Parliament. So let's now do business on our members. Yes, let's do business now on our members. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill of number 2020 be now read a second time. And at the outset, I want to thank the promoters of the Building Bridges initiative for this singular honor to me to move this bill. And I'm cognizant of the fact that the promoters are represented in this House by the Honorable Junet, who is one of the promoters. But he actually did sign the letter to assign that responsibility to myself and the leader of minority to move on their behalf. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind the House by way of background, that following the chaos that manifested after the 2017 presidential elections, we then had a peace deal which has been globally recognized as the March 2018 handshake between His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who, one as a president and the other as the leader of the opposition coalition, and also known as the People's President, and who was sworn in by Honorable Kajwang as the People's CJ, which created Thank you, Honorable CJ, which created a movement that crystallized the constitutional imperative to seek peace, security, and unity. To seek peace, security, and unity. And that's something that we must constantly put at the back of our mind, that what we are doing is we are seeking peace, security, and unity. Now, the two leaders shook hands to create a truly bipartisan opportunity to unite this country, unity that has eluded this country from independence, and set in motion the process that will also identify some comprehensive and far-reaching changes that would strengthen the rule of law, unite Kenyans, deepen our constitutionalism, and launch a comprehensive process to consolidate this momentous opportunity. So the handshake was not an end in itself, but rather the beginning of a bigger process that will go beyond 2022, that may go beyond 2027, that may go beyond into the future. Mr. Speaker, to concretize this initiative, a Building Bridges Advisory Presidential Task Force was appointed by the President in May of 2018, and they submitted their report after consultations with Kenyans 1 year later on the 26th of November 2019. This was unveiled and was then taken back to the people for validation. But most importantly, is that so we remind ourselves where we started. During the handshake, the two leaders agreed on a 9-point agenda, which they believed if the 9 points are addressed, they will sort out the long-term issues of this country. And one of those issues was the lack of national ethos. What makes us Kenyan? Why are we shouting at one another? Why do people keep fighting? Can't people have some way they can talk to each other rather than at each other? Because we believe as Kenyans, there's something that binds us as Kenyans. So you say, I'm a Kenyan because I do the following. Our responsibility and rights. What are your responsibilities as a citizen? Members may recall that in the runner-up to the 2010 Constitution, and within the Constitution itself, the agitation for rights was we need water in sufficient quantities. We need housing. Citizens must be given this. But if you look at the 2010 Constitution, apart from the obligation that citizens have a right to defend their constitution, there's very little in terms of what are the rights and responsibilities of citizens towards their country. The other item on the 9 points was the ethnic antagonism and competition. We fight based on our ethnic grounds, and that competition that comes at every election, 2 years before the election, 2 years after the election, we're hitting the woods, 2 years before the election, we are fighting, and that costs our economy in the billions. Our elections have been seen to be divisive, and we've seen that in 1992, we've seen that in 1997. There was a lapse in 2003 when we didn't have any division, but we saw that again in 2005 when we have a very divisive referendum. Then 2007 was the climax, and in 2013 there was a lull, perhaps because of the cloud, the ICC cloud, and then in 2017 the divisions came again. The issue of inclusivity, and I had a taste of that even this afternoon. And it's something that we need to figure out. How do we ensure that the youth, the women, all the 47 groups that constitute Kenya can be included within the governance structures of their country so everyone feels included? Shared prosperity. How do we ensure that we don't have these feelings that some people are getting more than the others in terms of resources, or others are producing less than the others, yet our national GDP, when we now talk of we have a national GDP, our national prosperity, how do we ensure that every Kenyan can feel that they have a fair share of the national cake? But most importantly, looking back at what we said about responsibilities and rights, how do we also ensure that every Kenyan can feel I should also take my fair share in the baking of the national cake? The other item that was to be addressed through this BBI was the bigger issue of corruption. Everyone believes that we waste a lot of resources on corruption. And whether you're talking of who is taking a bribe or who is wasting resources, and you can take this to the bank. It doesn't matter whether it's KEMSA, whether it's everywhere, but generally, the sheer fact that we have an ethics and anti-corruption commission in our constitution is a sure admission that corruption is so much into our system that we actually need a constitutional commission to try to remove it. In countries where they have sorted out anti-corruption issues, you don't even have a corruption police force because they have sorted out by sorting it out as part of its national ethos, that we hate corruption because it's bad, it deprives people of services. The other issue is devolution, which was one of the 9 points. 2010, we said, let's move from decentralization of services to actual devolution of services. And the decentralization, you're basically moving government down. You may recall the issue hitherto of the district focus for rural development, where government services were being taken to the districts. But there was no power at the district level to make decisions. In fact, the first model of devolution was the setting up of CDF, where money was devolved to the constituencies, and there was decision-making at the constituency level in terms of what do we do with that money. And that seemed to have persuaded people, even at the 2010, that perhaps we should move most of these funds, and the functions, which used to be under the old CAP 265, the Local Governments Act, which had listed the things to be done by local authorities. And they were scheduled and said, let's not just give to our local governments, let's even shift the focus of these local governments. They're not just local government, these are county government. Change their names, even the whole nomenclature, give them functions, give them power, and even let them elect their own representative rather than those being appointees or the Minister for Local Government. But that devolution, 10 years down the line or 8 years down the line, it's time to look at it and say, has it worked? And I'll be coming back to that later. And that's obviously the other issue was that safety and security. Because you can't have peace unless you can guarantee safety and security. Honorable Speaker, in January of 2020, His Excellency the President then appointed a steering committee on the implementation of the recommendation of the BBI to a United Kenya task force through Gazette Notice number 264, volume CXXI, Roman, number 7, with the following terms of reference. And one of them was to conduct the validation of the task force report on building bridges to a United Kenya through consultations with citizens, civil society, faith-based organizations, cultural leaders, the private sector, and experts, and then to propose administrative, policy, statutory, or constitutional changes that may be necessary for the implementation and recommendations contained in the task force report, and consider any relevant contributions made during the validation report. And the output of that process was this report, which I had the honor of tabling in this House on the 28th of October. On the 3rd of November, that's when I tabled it, and I hope members have also had the opportunity to look through it, which contains not just the bill, but also saying what administrative measures need to be taken, what policy measures need to be taken, what legislative measures need to be taken to achieve the issues under the 9 agenda items. In October of 2020, and that's when this report was done, and again, within it, it contained the constitutional issues that need to be addressed. And these were contained in a draft bill that was then processed through the provisions of Article 257, which basically outline what you need to do if you want to convince Kenyans to support your amendment to the Constitution without having to go through the parliamentary route. And on the 26th of January, the BBI Initiative Steering Committee delivered a draft bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative, supported by not less than 1 million signatures. In fact, there were 4 million, then out of which 3 point something were validated. And it was more than the mandatory 1 million. So they passed that test, they give it to the IEBC. And then IEBC, that's the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, pursuant to Section 4 of Article 257, submitted a draft bill to each of the 47 county assemblies for consideration after verification of the signatures in support of the initiative. Mr. Speaker, Article 257, subsection 7 of the Constitution provides that if a draft bill has been approved by a majority of county assemblies, it shall be introduced in Parliament without delay. And it's something that we need to have at the back of our mind, that whereas in the county assemblies, it was very clear that they need to consider within 90 days. In the House, there is no time limit as to what we need to consider, except the operating word, that it shall be introduced in Parliament without delay, which now brings in the whole issue of the urgency. And that's why we're even having this special sitting today, because we have no reason to delay the consideration, the committee having finished its report last Friday. Now, having satisfied the threshold for introduction by the popular in Parliament and attendant requirement, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill was read for the first time in both houses on the 4th of March, 2020. Members, it was introduced without delay from the county assemblies, but you now remember we are almost 2 months since it came to this House, and it's important we just remind ourselves that the clock is ticking and people are looking at, is this House processing it without delay? Honorable Speaker, in your communication dated the 4th of March on the draft bill, you informed the House that upon reading of the bill would be referred to the Departmental Committee on Justice and to undertake public participation on the bill, and it will be brought back to the two houses. As Mr. Speaker, you're also aware, and you've mentioned this and we debated this before, that currently we actually don't have the legal framework or legislative framework within our statute law or even within our standing orders for the processing of an amendment to the Constitution by way of popular initiative. And indeed, this has presented a legal minefield that the House has had to cautiously navigate. And indeed, the receipt of a letter today and has now made your life far much easier, because you would have had to decide who moves a bill that is promoted by people who are strangers to this House. But at least now we have precedent that even in future, the promoters will be requested to nominate who moves on their behalf. Indeed, at the very onset, you recognize these challenges, and in your earlier mentioned communication dated 4th of March this year, some of these challenges were referenced, that included at the first instance the issue of publication of the bill, the procedural gap with regards to moving a second bill, which we have now resolved, and indeed what happens on all the various sittings. Honorable Speaker, allow me to reiterate the words of General Colin Powell, a former U.S. Secretary of State, a former general and also a former Secretary of State, in his famous quote that great leaders, and I quote, great leaders are almost always great simplifiers who can cut through argument, debate, and doubt to offer a solution everybody can understand. Mr. Speaker, indeed, allow me to congratulate you for exhibiting these great traits as quoted above and providing guidance at that to us that has assisted the House in discharging its constitutional mandate, especially within the lacunas that we find ourselves in. I also want to, at this point, also thank the two co-chairs, our chair of the Justice Legal Affairs Committee, the Honorable Muturi Kigano, and his co-chair in the Senate, the Honorable Omogeni. We gave them the responsibility to safeguard the integrity of the process, and they took time to build consensus through giving due regard to every member to air their views and to avoid the pitfalls and vagaries of joint sittings, which we have seen in the past, even in simple mediations. At least we avoided the potential conflicts that would have subjected a very good report to rejection due to questions of credibility. I am aware that the process has taken rather long, but at the end, they have come to a conclusion that they, as a committee, they support the bill. Never mind, there are small nuances in terms of divisions on some of the paragraphs, which I don't want to get into because the chairman will be presenting those. But the bottom line is we are all happy that after the time they took and having listened to one another, having listened to the experts, they all agreed that it is important to recommend to the House that we support the bill. And I've read the report. Now, turning to the bill. In brief, the object of this bill is to amend the Constitution of Kenya to address issues arising from its implementation, and specifically to resolve issues of divisive elections, promote gender equity in governance, that's the issue of inclusivity, strengthen the structure of devolution, and increase resource allocation to the counties by strengthening the amount available for devolution. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is to broaden the mechanisms for all people of Kenya to benefit from economic growth, to harmonize certain roles and functions of the bicameral legislature, to fortify national ethos by specifying the responsibilities of citizens, and to strengthen the accountability of public resources and the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the proposed constitutional reform originates from the views of citizens expressed through the Building Bridges initiatives. And through the BBI, citizens from all corners of the country share their concerns and views on issues ranging from responsibilities and rights, national ethos, and indeed all the 9 agenda items. Now, this bill, at different, which comprises 74 clauses, addresses each of these issues, and those that are not addressed within the bill are addressed within the 12 pieces of legislation that are proposed, the several policy measures that are proposed, and the several administrative measures that are proposed. And the totality of that will then sort out these problems into the long term. If I then go to specifically the matters within the bill, I've chosen to focus on 5 key issues, which in my opinion were the main focus of the proponents of the BBI, in line with the aspirations of the over 3 million Kenyans who appended their signatures in support of the BBI and subsequently affirmed, which was approved by another 43 county assemblies, and 1 abstention and 3 negatives. Further, the public participated heavily when our committee did call for public participation, and the chair of the committee will be giving us that issue. I want to concentrate on 5 key issues. And one is the need to resolve issues of divisive elections that includes the harmonization of certain roles and functions of the bicameral parliament, the promotion of gender equity in governance, strengthening of the structure of devolution, and strengthening of accountability of public resources, and our future, the youth. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of national, regional, and international notoriety, that Kenya has experienced electoral violence during the general elections held in the years 1992, 1997, 2007, and 2017. The violence that followed the elections of 2007, much of which was related to ethnic tensions, was serious enough that it actually led to international mediation and accommodation through a coalition government, which ultimately built crucial support for the adoption of a new constitution, which was approved in a referendum in 2010. A similar effort has been failed in 2005, mainly due to mistrust. Now, that constitution of 2010 established a presidential republic in which sovereignty is exercised by the people through directly or through their democratically elected representatives. The 2010 Constitution also made a number of key changes. It created a decentralized system. It also limited presidential powers, that every appointment needed to come to the House to be approved. Hitherto, there was not such thing. It also established this devolution in the 47 counties, which replaced the 46 districts for the capital, and a greater level of oversight over branches and levels of government through independent commissions and a more robust chapter on the Bill of Rights. This constitution also highlighted the sovereign power of the people within Article 1, which was not hitherto as highlighted. And more importantly, also gave the people, after like 20 years of agitating to change their constitution, and you know, all the Saba movements, all the tear gas in the streets, until people went to Bomas through after Ufungamano and all those issues. For those who were active politically before 2000, you will know the struggle the Kenyans went through in an effort to change their constitution. So the 2010 Constitution said Kenyans will never again have to fight on the streets to change their constitution. All they need is use a legal route, which was then prescribed within Article 257, also known as the Popular Initiative, that if Parliament or the government of the day are not willing to change the constitution for the benefit of the people, you now have a route in Article 257 through which you can actually change the constitution. And this bill is the first to come out to this House through that initiative. So it's thanks to the efforts of the Constitution of 2010 that we now have, that the people of Kenya can now come through this House and ultimately to the other Kenyans and persuade them to change the Constitution, whether we as a House support it or not, whether the government supports it or not. But the people want a certain change. The Constitution says they will get it. Mr. Speaker, I did mention that following the 2017 general elections, much as Kenyans had hoped that the 2010 Constitution was going to solidify the unity and lead to peace and stability into, ever after, the elections of 2017 brought out that perhaps there were still some simmering issues that unless they addressed, we will never reach our nirvana that we hoped our 2010 Constitution would take us through, because tensions were still there. And It is taking this in mind that His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, who had committed himself and his Jubilee Party to healing and unifying Kenya, he began reaching out to the leaders across the political divide, including the opposition, in a lengthy and tedious exercise which culminated in the famous handshake. And we must remember that apart from being a Jubilee Party political pledge to unite Kenyans, it's also one of his obligations under Article 131(2) that requires the president to promote and enhance the unity of Kenya. So part of the pursuit of the handshake is in pursuit of a constitutional obligation by the president to unite and to promote and enhance the unity of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this bill is proposing to replace this pure presidential system that we adopted, copying a bit from America, perhaps without realizing we are talking of a federal system in America. A federal system where resources are resident in the states, and only about 30% of the GDP is actually controlled within the federal government system. But 70% of the resources and service delivery is within the states. We have the opposite, where 85% of the resources are in the national government and 15% in the county government, and we actually thought we could replicate an American system and bring it here and try to do it. So what it's proposing is that let's go back to what we've always known, the Commonwealth system of government, albeit with some modification. Because we don't have a monarchy, we have a president, something we started with in 1964 when Kenya became a republic. Mr. Speaker, it's always amused me that we all talk we are using an American system of government, when our own speaker is the president for the Africa Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. So we do agree that we are Commonwealth parliamentary system, but our NGOs and people who agitated had convinced us we need to go through a non-Commonwealth system. So the proponents are then basically saying that the promoters, let's go back to having government intertwined within the legislature, like we've always had, so that we have a hybrid where much as we've been talking, or we have total separation between the executive and legislature, it makes our positions here very difficult when 206 members of the 349 belong to the Jubilee coalition under the president, who is also head of the executive. Now, when do they wear the party hat and say, we are in parliament, we are going to kind of, as part of our oversight role, we are going to reject what the president, without being seen as if they are disobeying. Yeah? So we have some unique situations here that the pure presidential system cannot address. Mr. Speaker, we also know we've had problems, even when members question here. The accountability has been so limited because the cabinet secretaries would appear in committee room number 4 or somewhere in Protection House or Continental to answer a question by one member. But that question might be of interest to the entire House. When questions are answered on the floor of this House, the accountability is to the entire House, and people can then follow up rather than small pieces. So the members did then say, let's have the executive back in the House, and the position, when you have that kind of situation, the ministers are in the House, then obviously you need somebody to coordinate them who cannot be the leader of majority. Because the ministers would, what used to be in the old days, the leader of government business, then is what is now being brought in as the prime minister, who will be the coordinator of the ministers in the House, assisted by two deputies. So I've heard people saying that there's creation of vacancies or many positions for political reasons. But immediately you introduce ministers in the House, of necessity, you will need somebody to coordinate them. And that person can be the first among them, who is the Prime Minister, yeah? Or the Premier Minister, which is the First Minister, if you like, assisted by 2 deputies. And then the current situation where you have chief administrative secretaries who are supposed to be the interlink between Parliament and the executive will now be taken over by assistant ministers or deputy ministers appointed from amongst the members of Parliament, so that business can be conducted here and we can really have members sitting to the right of the Speaker representing the government side and members to the left representing the opposition, led by the leader of official opposition and the shadow cabinet. And that system has worked before. We know it can work, and it will continue working. Mr. Speaker, as regards the second issue of the 2/3 gender rule, we know in 2010, we agreed that Kenyans said that we should have a system of governance that ensures that 2/3, no more than 2/3 of one gender must be represented in elective or even appointee positions. And that was contained within Article 27(8), which says the state shall take legislative measures to implement this principle to ensure that no more than 2/3 of the members of elective bodies shall be of the same gender. Now, it's been tried like 6 times in this House, and every attempt has flopped, including us being threatened with a dissolution of the House because people went to the Chief Justice to say we have failed, and hence we should be dissolved. And the President, in his wisdom, knew that there was an initiative that was also coming, and hence could well be used to solve this problem so he doesn't have to dissolve Parliament, because let the people of Kenya decide on how they want to handle this issue. Because it's the people of Kenya through a referendum in 2010 who put this challenge onto Parliament. So we're fortunate as Parliament that the promoters of BBI have taken this challenge from us, and we'll be taking it to the people to say, in 2010, you brought in the 2/3 gender rule. Can you now make a decision as to how we constitute Parliament without forcing you to nominate, to elect and so, because Article 38 is very clear that you cannot, people have a choice of who to vote for or where to buy. Because of those issues, BBI is solving our problem, and we're happy and we hope that the people of Kenya will then make a decision on that as they did in 2010. Mr. Speaker, one of the other innovative things that happened in terms of the amendments to Article 97 is that much as we are thinking that in the event that members are not, that the public does not elect members in the proportions envisaged, the 2/3, even after political parties will be forced to provide lists that are gender compliant, if I use the word, the top-up will also not just be by people picking people who have not participated in an electoral system, because the whole point of the top-up is to help people to participate in the election. So it will be tied to people who've actually participated in the election. As regards the strengthening of the structure of devolution, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could if I could be allowed to make do with a mask, having been vaccinated. Thank you. And nobody is standing before me. As regards the strengthening of the structure of devolution, an increase in the resources The bill proposes to increase the minimum allocation of national revenue from the mandatory 15% to 35%. Now, it's important to note that even as we were discussing the Division of Revenue Bill this afternoon, if you did a quick calculation, you'll find that we are not actually at 15%, and it's moved from between 26% to about 30%. But this is because of the goodwill of the current president. Now, we don't know what a future president, whether he will have the same goodwill, or would actually say, the Constitution says 15%, here is your 15%, if it's not enough, do what you have to do at the counties. So to guarantee devolution and ensure the guarantee that devolution works and sort out all the service delivery at local level, this proposal is let us make sure that we devolve not less than 35%, which is estimated that that's the money you need to ensure healthcare, to ensure better roads, to ensure that water is provided to people in sufficient quantities, all the things that are within the 14 services that are scheduled to be delivered by the county government. Mr. Speaker, the bill in clause 50 also proposes to amend Article 203 on equitable share and other financial laws to expand the criteria for determining the equitable share to include the need to eradicate corrupt practices and wastage of public resources, the need to ensure the attainment of the economic and social rights guaranteed under Article 43, so that money is not just going to the counties, but it must be tied to the extent to which they are actually attaining the economic rights, and also a certain compression to ensure that the average amount of money allocated per person in a county with the highest allocation does not exceed more than 3 times the one with the lowest. Honorable Speaker, we said one of the biggest issues has been competition for resources. And if people cannot get resources fairly through a distributive system, through a formula, people will then want to fight for the top position so that if they get to State House, they can guarantee resources for their people. Immediately you show fair distribution of money across all the counties and also give people more money by giving 35%, and services are delivered at that local level, the competition for positions at the top will diminish because everyone is getting what they need. That's why you don't find the cutthroat competition in the UK, you don't find the cutthroat competition in Europe, you don't find that cutthroat competition in the US, but because the state provides all the resources fairly across the entire country. But here, we believe, unless one of your own is at the top, you will not be guaranteed resources because there's no fair distributive system that is within the law. And what this is going to do is by increasing the amount of money to 35%, so you're reducing the power at the center and the people having to kowtow to a power that be to get services because they have them there. Let people decide on their governor. 2, you're also devolving this money equitably. And when you now come also to the amendment that I also proposed within Article 89 and the others in terms of the fair distribution of seats, the voice is also adequately distributed. So what would people be fighting for to actually get to the center to guarantee themselves a piece of the pie when it's already guaranteed by the law? And these are some of the things that BBI, we may not see it that way. But when you now look at the bigger picture, you will see that just by those 3 provisions, it will mean that people, their appetite for fighting at the top will drastically reduce. And we will get to a point where we will now be looking for a leader going to the top, being who will safeguard Kenya within our international obligations, rather than who bring water to the 47 counties. Not who do more edification in the country, but who will ensure that Kenyan goods can operate within the Africa trade framework or open up markets in China and all those things. That's the kind of president we'll be looking for in the future once you sort out some of these issues where we are seen, the president is seen as a provider of basic goods that should be provided by law and through the devolved system. Mr. Speaker, these amendments obviously mean that we will sort out the issues of underdevelopment, economic empowerment across the different counties, and it's part of that sharing of the national prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I also note that some provisions have been brought within Article 11A of the bill that seeks to anchor within the Constitution the aspiration of a new economic model based on value creation and that provides equitable opportunities for all the people. It promotes industrialization. It mainstreams the issue of pastoralism, rather than just talking about agriculture. It also brings in the issue of the green economy, of the blue economy, which again is something that was not foreseen in 2010. And all these things, by bringing to the front in the Constitution, mean that they can now be mainstreamed into all the policy papers. More importantly for us, Mr. Speaker, I did mention earlier that in 2003, the Constituency Development Fund was introduced, which has shown that with limited resources, properly focused, it can yield a lot of development. But this has always had challenges, especially with the 2010 Constitution, in terms of its constitutionality. And I know our Speaker has been working hard in terms of some of the laws that were declared, and he will report at the appropriate time. But within the Constitution now, what the promoters have done is they've said, let CDF be an integral part of the Constitution. And at the constituency level and also at the ward level, we have a similar fund. So that a governor who feels that there is a member of the county assembly who is constantly challenging him on governance and then decide to punish that MCA with no development, we will now find they can't do it because as of right, there's an amount dedicated to every ward, which means that you can now agitate at the county assembly for proper governance of the resources being taken there without risking development in your ward. And these are part of the things that we are talking of that will help eradicate poverty while also strengthening governance. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 of the bill also proposes some amendments to Article 96 of the bill. And you know, Article 96 basically has been giving powers to the Senate, very limited powers in terms of oversight over national revenue distributed to the counties. What the promoters have done is they have said the Senate should not just be oversighting national revenue, but they should also be oversighting the expenditure and also oversighting the revenue collected by the counties. So now, at least Senate has a role. Now, if you also add up to the proposed amendments to Article 179, Mr. Speaker, where it said before that, I think it's 179.4, where it said before that the governor and the deputy governor are the CEO and deputy CEO of the county. And it stopped there. But what the promoters are doing is now extending that and say that they are not just the CEO and deputy CEO, but shall be accountable to the county assembly. So that now it's very clear in the Constitution that the governor and his deputy or her deputy shall be answerable to the county assembly, which was not there in the old Constitution, and they chose conveniently when to be accountable to the Senate or when to be accountable to the county assembly, depending on the severity of the matter. So this is something that is very important for fighting corruption and enhancing governance, because we are giving more money to the counties. Let them also be more accountable to the county assemblies and to the Senate. As I get towards the close, Honorable Speaker, we also have seen there's also lots of other changes in terms of elevating the Director of Public Prosecution, strengthening the office, in terms of it's proposed to be an independent office, so that the DPP will not be at the beck and call of the executive or somebody to say, arrest this one or release this one because they are compliant. It will operate as an independent office, and even the qualification of the office have been enhanced so that we actually get a directorate of public prosecution that will be of help to Kenyans. And this goes alongside also the elevation of the director of criminal investigations. When you now look at the changes within the police bit, the director of criminal investigation will be at par with the other deputies, the deputy for inspector generals of police, administration, and also now crime, so that he actually feels, or she will feel, facilitated to pursue crime without having to go to the Director General for Police to look for police officers to send for arrest missions. At par with the rest, he'll be able to command his force. And this is a notice for all those who are corrupt that your days are numbered. And there are also provisions within the law and within the Constitution to also bring in the timelines for the resolution of these corruption cases, so that we don't have a case like Goldenberg, which started in 1992 and is still in court. There are other cases that started in 2003 are still in court. There has to be a timeline when these things must be finalized. Finally, Mr. Speaker, regards the issue of youth. Youth is our future, and they have not been addressed adequately. 75% of our population is falling within this bracket. And if we don't internalize, if we don't include them within the economy, then it's a powder keg waiting to explode. And what the promoters are doing is establishing a youth commission, which will advance the participation of youth in all spheres of public and private life. And Mr. Speaker, it also, when you look at all the other bills that will also be coming in as associated with the BBI, in terms of the strengthening of the micro-enterprise, in terms of the taxation holidays on new startups for the youth, in terms of all those other bits and pieces that will need to be to accompany this, you can see that the youth have actually been mainstreamed into this. Mr. Speaker, one of the founders of the most revered presidents of the U.S., Franklin D. Roosevelt, once said that you can't always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. And the proposed amendments are aimed at establishing this youth commission, providing a platform for the youth engagement and participation, which will, without doubt, positively contribute towards empowering and building this youth for the future, not as building a future for our youth. And you can see that just the other day, His Excellency was in Karatina, was in Kimathi University, launching a company that is doing microchips for Japan in Kenya. In Manyani, there is the youth doing all manner of digital things for the world. So our future is empowered, and all we need is to mainstream some of those things and guarantee them into the Constitution. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me also to reiterate the words of one of the biggest civil rights movement activists, MLK, or Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., who said, and I quote, that one of the great liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Every society has its protectors of status quo, its fraternities of the indifferent, and its fraternities of the indifferent who are notorious for sleeping through revolutions. Today, our very survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenge of change. End of quotes. In this regard, I wish to ask members that we're being called upon to join this revolution to change Kenya to a better place, so that our future children, our current children, and our future and their children can have a place that they will say there were people before us who, following in what happened in 2010, took a constitutional moment, which the president has been talking about, and have made our constitution much better and have guaranteed us a future that will then ensure that we will be better off than our parents. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I wish to urge members to take cognizance of our political and constitutional challenges that we face as a country that have threatened our national unity in the past, and which this Constitutional Amendment of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2020, popularly known as the BBI, seeks to address. Let the legislature not remain captive to the status quo due to fear of the unknown, and let us remain steadfast to the wishes of the Kenyan public as enumerated in the proposals in the bill. And, honorable members, like I said, every election cycle, it is estimated we lose minimum of 1 year before, 1 year after. If you look at the GDP we lose, it's estimated by World Bank in 2007, it was estimated that the clashes cost our GDP 430 billion. And we saw the growth rate move from 7 to 0%. So if you look at every election, we are losing 430 billion, then it's a small price to pay to even spend another 10, 20 billion to guarantee that in future we will not lose all those billions or even lose any life because of things that we can resolve by fixing the proposals which the promoters of BBI have put before us as they go to the Kenyan people. And I wish to request that members do support this bill, and not just the bill, but even go and be the champions to go and talk to the people as the people who have the knowledge, as their representatives, and say, much as you did not come through us in Parliament, we support you and will support you through the referendum. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the Honorable and ask the Honorable Leader of Minority Party, Honorable John Badi, to second.
Honorable John Badi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a historical moment. I think this is the first time that this country is facing the most realistic opportunity to implement the first amendment to our 2010 Constitution through a popular initiative. Some of these provisions, Mr. Speaker, when they were put in the Constitution, we never knew that they would be put to practice. And I am seeing that we are likely to actualize and implement Article 257 of the Constitution. But while seconding this motion, Mr. Speaker, allow me first to highlight the journey that we have taken so far. And as the saying goes, that a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without its roots. Honorable members will recall, Mr. Speaker, that sometime in March 2018, I actually stood on the floor of this House to move a motion on the Building Bridges initiative to a new Kenyan nation in support of the Unity Pact that had been cemented on Friday, 9th March 2018, between our leader, His Excellency Raila Odinga, and of course the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. This extraordinary opportunity, Mr. Speaker, enabled Kenyans to face and address the challenges that have been facing Kenya, and openly and honestly discuss successes and failures, and finally formulate the necessary corrective measures for the country to move forward. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, therefore, that we have before us today, we shall be debating from today, is actually a culmination of this process. And Mr. Speaker, in an effort aimed at sparing succeeding generations of Kenyans the scourge of the debilitating cyclic electoral violence and forging national cohesion, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who are the foremost protagonists in the 2017 presidential election, surprised all of us by unveiling the now famous handshake on 9th March 2018. It is refreshing to note that the issues they wanted to be addressed that have continued to occupy the minds of Kenyans from that time to date, and which are being addressed through this process of Building Bridges initiative to a new Kenyan nation, include, but is not limited to, the 9 thematic agenda items, which I would just go through. One is ethnic antagonism and competition. The other one is lack of national ethos, inclusivity, devolution, divisive election, safety and security. Of course, my pet topic of corruption, shared prosperity, and finally, the responsibilities and rights of Kenyans. The above issues, Mr. Speaker, were identified on the premise that when we end tribalism in this country, when we end corruption, when we end impunity and electoral theft or electoral fraud, and end nepotism and politically motivated development and employment. And Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify that politically motivated development and employment had taken and has continued to take root in this country. Remember, Mr. Speaker, there's a point in time that we came up with this say that siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, which simply meant that if you are not pushing and supporting a particular political agenda, then you are not supposed to be entitled to development, and your area was supposed to be excluded from development. Mr. Speaker, if these things are addressed, then it is expected that the glass ceiling will be broken for all Kenyans to realize their fullest potential, especially the historically marginalized, namely women, youth, persons with disabilities, minorities, which include the coast and the subas of at the shores of Lake Victoria, pastoralists, majority of whom are in northern Kenya, and the expansive Maasai land, the Samburus, the Pokots, Mr. Speaker, and other vulnerable groups like the Ogieks, the El Chamus, and others would have a say in this country and should feel included in matters national development, both political and economic. Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that this will lead to forging a united, just and prosperous nation that we had envisaged when we forced the colonialists to leave this country for Kenyans to govern themselves. Mr. Speaker, allow me to first briefly discuss what we have in mind when it comes to the above issues, before I delve into the constitutional amendment bill itself. But I will not take much time on constitutional amendment bill, because I think the mover has ably captured most of the areas out of the proposed amendments to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the 9 issues that have been addressed, I want to say that honorable members will appreciate that Kenya, first, I want to start with national ethos, that Kenya lacks a sense of national ethos and is increasingly becoming a nation of distinct individuals instead of an individually distinct nation. Mr. Speaker, we tend to be thinking individualistic instead of thinking of our country as an individually distinct nation. There is therefore need, Mr. Speaker, for us to define and subscribe to a national ethos to foster unity, a sense of belonging, patriotism, and pride. We need to take pride in our nation. We need to be patriotic to this nation. We need to have a sense of belonging to this nation. Long gone should be days when someone leaves a section of this country and moves to another section and says he's going to Kenya, as it happens, Mr. Speaker. We should feel that we all belong to this nation as a people. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, ethnic antagonism and competition are a major threat to Kenyan success and to the very continuity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, when talking about inclusivity, I want to say that Kenyans have for a long time expressed a keen desire for greater political, economic, and religious inclusivity. In fact, inclusivity touches on those 3 distinct areas. We need religious inclusivity. Christians, Muslims, Hindus, even those who don't practice any faith, should consider themselves as one nation. When it comes to political inclusivity, we want to see all Kenyans participating in political discourse in this country at the same level, and people appointed to positions on merit regardless of which part of the country you come from. On economic inclusivity, I've just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and members will agree with me that up to the advent of devolution, there are certain sections of this country which were receiving peanuts in form of resource allocation from the national government. But even still to date, you still find inordinate disparity in allocation of resources to various regions. Some regions, when they come to Nairobi, they say we are going to Kenya. As I've mentioned, the Northeastern, a lot of the sessional paper number 10, marginalized and excluded a huge part of this nation, Mr. Speaker, from economic development. And that is something that the BBI bill is addressing, and we need to follow it through with action. The mere presence of laws in our statute books will not help. We have to act. And Mr. Speaker, as a fundamental principles, Kenyans have a right to seek and be protected by the state and the law in pursuit of prosperity and happiness within our borders. And that you can read from our national anthem, Mr. Speaker. And that no Kenyan should ever be victimized or considered a foreigner in their own country, Mr. Speaker. During the constitutional making process, Mr. Speaker, which concluded in 2010, in our rush to adopt and mimic foreign models, particularly from the democratic West, Mr. Speaker, we forged a politics that is a contest of us versus them. And, Mr. Speaker, we chose us and them on an ethnic basis. So anyone who does not belong to your ethnic grouping is them. Those who belong to your ethnic groupings become us. Even when they are not so useful and helpful in our lives, they become us. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves whether this is helpful to the progress of this nation. And we have and Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this has led and contributed to the divisive election that we have been facing in this country. We have associated progress in this country. We have associated development to who occupies the highest office in the land and the ethnic background of that particular individual. Hence, what we see after every election, the violence that is witnessed in this country is a manifestation of that us versus them principle, which has not worked for this country, and I dare say will not help this country even going forward. Because those of us who feel that those leaders who come from our area will make us progress, realize when it is too late that that is not the case. That what you need is a leader who has the manifesto, who has the principle, a leader who has a vision, and a leader who can help bake the cake and help in promoting economic progress. Not a leader who leads us to economic ruin, like we have been seeing happens in this country a number of times. Mr. Speaker, the most important matter facing Kenyans when it comes to shared prosperity, which is one of those items that I've listed above, Mr. Speaker, is generating sufficient jobs and employment, particularly for our young people. Kenyans are frustrated with the lack of sufficient and meaningful job opportunities, and much needs to be done to grow those sectors of our economy that would lead to high employment, promote and develop small business owners in the country in order to enhance self-employment. Mr. Speaker, these colleagues of mine will agree with me. How many abusive texts have we received from our unemployed youth who believe that we have a responsibility to give them jobs? Anytime there is recruitment in the Kenya Defense Forces, Kenya Police, I receive 1,000 texts in my phone asking for employment. When they don't get, I receive equal number of abusive texts, Mr. Speaker. And this is, you cannot fault these young men and women because they are frustrated. There are no jobs. They have gone to school, but they don't know what to do with their lives. And they expect us as leaders, policy makers, to come up with a solution. And if you don't get that solution, if you can't come up with that solution, in their own estimation, the net effect would be to insult you, to abuse you, call you names. And Mr. Speaker, with the social media, you will be surprised at what we see. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, corruption as a principal threat to the existence and well-being of Kenya has undermined public trust in our institutions and shattered the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of entire generations of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, what amuses me is the ease with which Kenyans have decided to accept corruption as part of life. When you talk about corrupt leaders who should not ascend to certain positions in this country, the next thing you hear is everybody is a thief. I keep on telling them, I'm not a thief. Why do you call all of us thieves? If you are a thief, call yourself a thief, but don't call all of us thieves. And you find it is very normal that when it comes to theft, you should not judge leaders on the basis of theft. And then when the leaders start stealing, Kenyans start complaining again. Kenyans must come out strongly and say it is wrong to put into positions of leadership thieves. And so they should act through their vote, because that is the most powerful instrument that they have to correct and determine their future. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm happy that at least the BBI bill is proposing certain steps to be taken to handle issues corruption, one of which is even trying to bring it clearly that these cases must be concluded within a period of time. Mr. Speaker, if we can conclude presidential elections in a short period of time, parliamentary elections, if we can put timelines, why can't we put timelines for corruption cases so that those who are innocent can enjoy and continue with their life, but those who are corrupt and have stolen public funds should be taken to jail in a record time so that others are discouraged that it is very expensive and costly to engage in corrupt activities. Mr. Speaker, something that I want to talk about again is that this Constitution Amendment Bill contains the results of a 2-year process in which Kenyans from every walk of life, in almost all our counties, across government entities, and with a wide variety of expertise, made their views known through the process. I will highlight proposed constitutional reforms as presented in the bill. It is important to appreciate that the process has been all-inclusive through public participation, where views presented were analyzed and validated by Kenyans to initiate a constitutional amendment through or pursuant to the provisions of Article 257 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, that is where I don't agree with those who are questioning the public participation in this bill. Because public participation, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a process of popular initiative. It is the people themselves. Over 4 million Kenyans appended their signature. Over 3 million were verified by the IBC as correct. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is quite an inclusive process. Mr. Speaker, when looking at Chapter 2 of the Constitution, the bill proposes seeks to amend Chapter 2 of the Constitution on formative aspects of the Republic to address regional integration, cohesion, shared prosperity, and the centrality of the economy. This is in order to harness regional trade, investment, and people-to-people links to increase our prosperity, opportunities for investment, and enhance our security. Further, the bill seeks to amend Chapter 3 also on citizenship to strengthen the national ethos that I talked about and the responsibility of citizens. You know, if you look at the current Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it talks about rights of individuals. But it is not addressing also responsibility. Rights comes with responsibility. You must also be responsible as a Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, the amendments is informed by the undertaking that the current Constitution has rightly imposed various socio-economic duties on the state, but does not envision any responsibility on the part of the citizen. Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to amend the Chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights to provide a constitutional underpinning for the privacy of citizens' personal data as an emerging area in human rights owing to significant technological developments in this area, the recent of which is the Huduma number, and all the information that we are providing to the state needs to be protected. Of course, Chapter 6 is also being amended on leadership and integrity to intensify the fight against corruption, as I mentioned earlier, by strengthening the relevant institution, and which includes a mechanism for more expeditious conduct of investigations, prosecution, and trial of corruption-related matters. Mr. Speaker, further, the bill seeks to amend Chapter 7 on representation of the people to remove issues of divisive elections arising from electoral processes, one of which is to enhance transparency and fairness of representation in the electoral system. Number 2 is to promote electoral competition based on ideas, values, and our shared humanity, rather than the common enemy identity politics that have defined our electoral circle to date. 3 is to promote gender equity in governance by actualizing the constitutional provision of the 2/3 gender principle, which has become illusionary all these years. We have attempted many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, to actualize the provisions of our Constitution regarding the gender principles. Implement the provisions of Article 81 D and 89(7) of the Constitution, which mandates that the electoral system is to comply with the universal principles of fair representation, equality of the vote, and the requirement that IEBC, in setting constituency and ward boundaries, should progressively work towards ensuring that the number of inhabitants in each constituency and ward is as nearly as possible equal to the population quota. I've had people fault the 70 constituencies, where the question is, when by 2022, chances are that those constituencies which were protected, including Budalangi, Othaya, and others, are supposed to be are supposed to disappear. How then do you all of a sudden tell people who have been enjoying representation that henceforth those constituencies don't exist? At the same time, there are constituencies which feel that they are underrepresented in terms of the numerical and demographics. So you must balance all this, and it comes with a price, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the bill seeks to amend Chapter 8 on the legislature to remodel the parliamentary system by bringing the government back into the House, Mr. Speaker. This we have talked about. Previously, you will agree with me, and members will agree, that, Mr. Speaker, the current system is not very desirable for our society. We need government in this House to answer, to address, and to be accountable in this House to the people's representatives. And, Mr. Speaker, that is something that I want to encourage, that even if you don't see anything positive in this bill, you should see that as a positive step. On Chapter 9 of the executive, of course, we'll be expanding executive in order to promote greater inclusivity and mitigate the drawbacks of the winner-take-all electoral formula. However, Mr. Speaker, I've heard many people say that by creating the position of Prime Minister and the deputies, that you are expanding the government, you're making it very costly. That may be true, it may not be true, because you need to take the Constitution in its totality. As you create those extra positions, and there are 3, we are also saying that members of the National Assembly can become ministers. And by that, you will be reducing costs. Because if the president nominates and appoints majority of members of the sitting members of the National Assembly into the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, the net effect will be reducing the cost of maintaining those cabinet secretaries out there. And then we need to do away with this CASS, do away with this unnecessary PSS. We are appointing too many PSS, like we almost attempted to do this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, we need to reduce costs at that level and have the position of Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. On the judiciary, I don't want to talk about it. The Ombudsman is supposed to enhance accountability to the people. As we protect the independence of the judiciary and the integrity of the judiciary, there is also need to call for accountability. The judiciary also needs to be accountable for some of their actions to the people of Kenya, because the Constitution talks about the sovereignty of the people. It doesn't say judiciary is sovereign and others are not. People are sovereign, and all organs, parliament, executive, and judiciary, must be accountable to the people. A formula must be found, And if this is not the formula, then which is the formula? Mr. Speaker, as I move towards concluding, the bill seeks to amend Chapter 11 on the devolved government. Mr. Speaker, this has been talked about, and I know this is a very pet area for many of members of Parliament. I will not delve into it. We all know that we are proposing to have shareable revenue going to counties to increase to 35%. Those of us who don't want to beg for money from the national government all the time, this is coming as a blessing to us, that now we will reduce the begging, money will be automatically allocated to our regions, whether your person is in power or not. On the public finance management, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal to streamline the principles and processes to promote efficiency and ensure expenditures are directed to maximizing utility. The proposals give special attention to the actualization of the rights guaranteed under Article 43, as well as strengthening devolution. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Chapter 13, 14, and 15 to ensure that the public service, national security agencies, and commissions and independent officers are not only strengthened, but also are accountable to the people of Kenya, have internal accountability systems that clearly and transparently separate the power of appointment and promotion from that of interdiction and censure, Mr. Speaker. The proposal also helps in carrying out rigorous audits that would inquire into value for money and ensure that sound principles of public finance management apply to every arm of government and every public institution. And finally, to facilitate, promote, and enable ethical conduct and responsibility in public resource management. Mr. Speaker, moving on, the biggest question that has arisen is the Parliament's role in processing. That is where I will end, Mr. Speaker. Our role in processing a popular initiative bill to amend the Constitution, whether it is merely perfunctory or ceremonial. As the Dependent Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs has rightly observed, Parliament cannot replace the people's views on a popular initiative with its own. Thus, the ultimate authority regarding a popular initiative bill rests with the people, and that is the direction we should be driving this bill to. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke as the national chairman of Orange Democratic Movement Party, which is the minority party in this House. And Mr. Speaker indicated that as a party we have taken a decision on this matter, that the bill should be passed as is in its entirety, because, Mr. Speaker, you cannot, in a process like this, a political process, you gain some, you lose some. You can never gain everything. You can never get everything you want. If you look at the report or the proposal that ODM presented to the task force and the validating team, Mr. Speaker, a lot of our views as a party were captured, and a number were also not put into the bill. And that is the game of politics. That is the game of negotiation. So, but Mr. Speaker, in a scale of 1 to 10, I would say that we are about 8 positive about this bill. And that is why the ODM party has given it, has said that this bill must be supported, and we urge our supporters across the country, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill even at the referendum, because that is where we are heading. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the judiciary will dispense of the cases that are before them expeditiously so that Kenyans know the fate of BBI. We want to move forward. We want to finish with this matter, conclude it completely, and move to other things of national importance. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of unconstitutional amendments, in recognizing the Constitution as the supreme law of the land and constitutionalism as a basic principle of respecting the sovereignty of the people, it therefore means that in amending the Constitution and by having the people ratify it through the referendum, then you are actually creating a new order to be adhered to. Thus, the issue of unconstitutionalism should not arise, Mr. Speaker. I want to repeat, it should not arise. How can you call amendment to the Constitution unconstitutional? It can never be. We can make mistakes. We can make amendments that are not good for this country, but it will be the constitution. It is the people of Kenya who created the 2010 constitution. It is them who can change it. Whether they are making it worse, it is them. It is their prerogative. You cannot again turn around and say that the people of Kenya don't know what they are doing. They are making a constitutional amendment to the constitution. How can amendment to the constitution become unconstitutional? It can only be wrong. It can only be an amendment that does not help the country move forward. The committee has also pointed out in their report that a constitutional amendment becomes constitutional if it is approved by the people in a referendum. Therefore, powers of parliament on legislation notwithstanding, the BBI Constitutional Amendment Bill should proceed as envisaged for the people to decide whether the amendments are constitutional or not, pursuant to provisions of Article 257(10). If Kenyans feel that they don't want those provisions, they will reject them. But you cannot call what goes to the people of Kenya unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, including its schedules, is one bill and has provisions contemplated under Article 225, where a referendum will be required. What we don't want to hear is that this bill can be signed into law without going to a referendum. That cannot happen. There are provisions in this bill, and it is one bill. It is one bill. This bill must go to the people of Kenya for validation. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I urge this House to approve the bill, a decision that will enable the document to be subjected to a referendum as one bill. And I want to repeat, the people of Kenya will decide on the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2010 as one bill. There cannot be multiple bills in one bill. It is one bill, and Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honour members, member for Emurua Dikir, and this one, that one there, who? The other member for Cherangany? Kuresoi? No. That's the member for Cherangany. Honour members, I propose the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Now, honour members, let me just first of all remind yourselves of a resolution that you passed on 23rd of March, Tuesday, 23rd of March. To it, you limited time as follows: that for the mover is limited to a maximum of 1 hour in moving and 30 minutes in replying. The leader of the majority party and leader of the minority party, in the event that they are not the ones moving and or seconding, they are to be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. And so is the chairperson or chairman, as the case may be, of the committee, limited to a maximum of 30 minutes, and that every other member speaking shall be limited in this debate on this bill to a maximum of 15 minutes. Remember, you increased the time. It's good. I know we've come from recess, short recess. Honorable Millie, you are still in the house, is it? Yeah, it's now 15 minutes, so you prepare properly. 15 minutes, not the usual 5 or 10 minutes. And that priority in speaking be according to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and the chairman of the relevant departmental committee in that order. And therefore, I'm reminding you of that resolution so that because I can see some of you want to contribute. Unless there are interventions, contributions after seconding, the priority will go to the chairman of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee before the rest of you can. I mean, that's your resolution. Yeah. And I hope you remember. Now, I know 3 weeks is a long time when you're in the village and you are dealing with all manner of issues, barriers, digging chambers, and trying to ensure that the water flows properly in certain canals and others. So I'm sure you might have forgotten that. It was important that I remind ourselves that is, and so that those who are going to contribute know that you have a maximum of 15 minutes, unlike in other ordinary motions. For this specific bill, that is the resolution you passed on 23rd of March. Now, what's your point of order, Honorable Duale?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, this is a great moment in the history of Kenya, and as one of the best speakers that I have served under as a member of parliament, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 83 to seek your guidance on what is certain gray areas, so that as we move dealing with this bill, you at one stage can give us a very wise ruling on the matter. And Speaker, if you allow me, the matter I am dealing with is what is the value of public participation process on the Constitution Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, number 2, I also want to look at Article 94, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution that allows me as a member of Parliament for Garissa Township. And I read and I quote, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, Parliament shall protect this Constitution and promote the democratic governance of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, I had a chance and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice. And I must commend both committees for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, I also had a chance to look at the specific submissions made by various stakeholders to the bill, and I must admit that they're just weighty but raises serious constitutional issues regarding the bill, in particular as it relates to the delimitation of additional constituencies, the establishment of the Ombudsman, Judicial Ombudsman, and the amendment relating to the functions of the Judicial Service Commission, the National Police Service Commission, which are provided for in Clause 43, 44, 66, 67, and the second schedule to the bill. Mr. Speaker, in my view, the drafters of the Constitution, and Mr. Speaker, I participated in the 2010 Constitution. I was in this August House. The drafters of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, did not formulate Article 118 of the Constitution just for the sake of it. Public participation is key towards promoting good governance and the other national values and principles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that the courts themselves have also defined the parameters of what is acceptable threshold of public participation. And in a number of cases, Mr. Speaker, during my time as a leader of majority, the courts have guided and allow me to highlight two. And they say public participation is not a cosmetic process. They said public participation needs to be meaningful and not perfunctory. Public participation ought to be real and not an illusion. Public participation needs to be qualitative and not quantitative. Mr. Speaker, we must therefore be very careful as a House not to land in the same ditch again that the County Assembly of Tana River, in amending this bill, fell into. Finally, Mr. Speaker, public participation as a process should, in my view, be one that helps the House to make an informed decision on whether to pass or reject a bill that is before this House. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I wish to seek your guidance on the following. And I want Honorable Junet to give the Speaker some chance. Honorable Speaker, I want you to guide on the following. A, what is the value of public participation that was conducted by the joint committees of Parliament? 2, should the submission of the public be thrown in a file cabinet and be put away to gather dust, or should they have any meaningful use or purpose? Just about to finish, Mr. Speaker. C, should the submission of the public inform the debate at the second reading of this House? D, should the submission of the public inform any proposal for amendments? E, should the submission of the public inform voting at the third reading? And finally, should the submission of the public participation inform the decision of the House to either pass or reject this bill? Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear. When it comes to the debate, I have my position on the BBI. There are a number of areas I agree with the bill. They might have 2 areas. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record, and I'm sure you have made several rulings that even to improve on the legislature, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance that either tomorrow or on another sitting, if you can make a guided ruling on the House, I will be very, very happy. And I'm sure generations that will come. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I go to the Hansard room and listen to what Tom Mboya said in the 60s, what Jaramogi Odinga said, what Mzee Kenyatta said. So I also want to go into history that we are not only discussing the legislature and the people we represent, we must make sure each and everything we do is articulate and is in conformity with Article 94, sub-article 4, which says, Parliament is under obligation and Parliament shall protect the Constitution and promote the democratic governance of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, I lay my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Is there any other person who has an issue? Honorable Chieng? Very well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the persons who have come up with this particular bill. I think they have done a lot of work. Mr. Speaker, this is not just historical. This is the first time that this House is seized of a bill of this nature, a bill to amend the Constitution that does not originate from any of us, but from an initiative called Popular Initiative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's why it's important that you lay down some basic rules on how not just this bill, but similar bills in future would be handled, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move you under Article 94 of the Constitution in terms of what is the role of this House when dealing with this bill, Mr. Speaker. This House, under the law, the House that can only make the laws for this land, Mr. Speaker. So when dealing with this bill, Mr. Speaker, would you please help us with the ruling on, can this House amend this bill? Can we introduce new clauses? Can we make substantive changes to this bill, Mr. Speaker? What is the effect? Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this bill, the committee is concerned, had to deal with so many issues that are legal, not many substantive issues, but they look at whether this bill is a popular initiative, whether Parliament can change or amend, whether Parliament can deal with what the Honorable Manu Leader was talking about, constitutional amendments or unconstitutional amendments. Mr. Speaker, would you guide us? What is the extent of our powers under Article 94 when dealing with this bill, Mr. Speaker? If I have amendments that I want to propose, how far can I go? If I want to delete, how far can I go in deleting, Mr. Speaker? Would you guide us in that so that we are able to know how far we can go with this bill as a House? Mr. Speaker, the committee says that our role is not ceremonial. And that means that, therefore, we must have a role that goes beyond being perfunctory, beyond being a formality that we sit here and, be a conveyor belt, Mr. Speaker. Please guide us on that regard. Mr. Speaker, number 2 is that the issue also arose before the committee on whether this process that led to this bill and that this bill is a popular initiative bill, Mr. Speaker. The committee took a lot of time looking at that issue as to whether this is an executive-driven bill and therefore not a popular initiative bill, Mr. Speaker. Would also guide us, Mr. Speaker, on as to whether the bill before us today fits within the four corners of what Article 257 defines as a popular initiative, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you would know, this bill did not just come from two Kenyans. No, this bill came from two Kenyans that are not just ordinary Kenyans. One of them is the president of the country. Public money was spent in coming up with this bill, and therefore, this bill didn't come through a process that any other Kenya has access to. We saw a gazette notice, Mr. Speaker, people being appointed into a task force, money being used around the country, public money being used around the country, Mr. Speaker. Would you define this as a popular initiative or an executive initiative, Mr. Speaker? What is the nature of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, would you then guide the House in that regard? Mr. Speaker, number 3, Mr. Speaker, as we sit today, the committee notes there are more than 6 cases going on in court. More than 6. Mr. Speaker, I've perused the report, I've perused the nature of these cases because they are summarized for us there. The result of some of these cases is that the courts may actually find that the whole process from day one was a nullity. So if the courts have said, and they have said so in their ruling, the courts have said they will not stop us from looking at this bill. I agree with them because of the principle of restraint. So, Speaker, even us, knowing that the courts may, because there are more than 6 cases in court, knowing that that is the state of affairs, Mr. Speaker, why would you waste time as Parliament, go through a process that can easily, very easily, because some of the prayers in those cases and then this report would lead to the effect that the whole process that led to this bill was a nullity, and therefore the bill is before this House improperly, Mr. Speaker. Would have wasted Parliament's time, would have wasted our time, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, would you guide us in that regard? Do we wait for the cases to be finished so that then we come here knowing that what you're going through as a bill wants to be finished? Because, Mr. Speaker, what is the reason of us looking at the bill, pass it, and we can't take it to the President for assent? Because the courts have said so, that we'll finish this tomorrow, today or tomorrow, and then you keep it in your office. That until the courts decide, maybe in July, August, even next year, if they decide, is when you decide, when you either take it to the President, or they will say, what we went through that afternoon of 28th and morning of 29th was useless. Mr. Speaker, please, could you guide us in this regard, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, number 4 is what is talked about, Mr. Speaker. What about if some of the proposals in the promoter's bill have the effect, Mr. Speaker, of upsetting the Constitution, Mr. Speaker? Some of the effects of, Mr. Speaker, we are basically having a coup. We cannot have 2 people in the whole country promoting a constitutional coup. What some of the proposals that are being made there, Mr. Speaker, are akin to uprooting a constitution and replacing it with a new constitution, Mr. Speaker. Can promoters of popular initiatives, Mr. Speaker, come up with proposals that have the effect of easily torpedoing our constitution, Mr. Speaker? And finally, Mr. Speaker, as they considered these proposals, and I agree with Honorable Dwell on this matter, did the committee have access to the records of public participation of BBI task force? Is there any Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, is there any Kenyan who asked for 70 new constituents, Mr. Speaker? If there isn't, Mr. Speaker, what will be the ruling in that regard? Mr. Speaker, I rest my case and request a ruling on this particular matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Only with regard to those preliminary issues. On the preliminary issues, if you were in a court of law, you would be saying, oh, you have preliminary objections. But preliminary issues, but don't use them as the occasion for debate. Yeah, things that require a considered ruling. Yeah. No, I don't want that because because there are so many, and I don't want to. No. If we say we go to the chair, then at some other point somebody raises the same constitutional issues. I want to hear all the constitutional issues that you have now, so that I can address them. Yeah? Or be able to give direction as to how we are going to proceed. No, some of you, are they all constitutional? Please, let them be, let them be. Honorable Junet, you also have a constitutional issue.
Mr. Speaker, you know, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, or fortunately, I'm the promoter of the bill, Mr. Speaker. So when I hear members poking holes on constitutional grounds on my bill, Mr. Speaker, I get a bit, you know, alarmed. Mr. Speaker, I want you to make a considered ruling at your own time on the matters the members are raising. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this is not a process that began today or yesterday, Mr. Speaker. This is a process that began with the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And I hope Honorable Duale was here because he mainly spoke about public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he presented his views as a person. And secondly, I want to bring to your attention that there is no more public participation than collecting of 4 million signatures. And there is no more public participation if this bill goes through the process of a referendum, Mr. Speaker, where every Kenyan will have an opportunity to participate in the best way they know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I listened also to my colleague, Honorable David Ocheng. Mr. Speaker, if the Kenyan people decide to do a coup in this country, by doing a constitutional change, Mr. Speaker, you can't stop them. Because the Constitution allows them through Article 257, through a popular initiative, to do anything that they feel in terms of changing this Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, everyone has a right, through a public initiative, as a Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, to initiate any constitutional change that they deem fit, Mr. Speaker, including scrapping Parliament. Kenyans can collect 1 million signatures and say that we don't need Parliament anymore. Let us stay without a Parliament. Let us stay with the judiciary and the executive, Mr. Speaker. If that goes through a referendum, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of the issues that are being raised, if you look at the report of the committee, many of the issues that are being raised as constitutional issues have been addressed majorly in the report of the committee, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I know you are a man of wisdom. I know you are a good lawyer, and you will give a very good, Mr. Speaker, I don't want my bill to be mutilated in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I belabored, Mr. Speaker, as a promoter, to collect 4 million signatures. None of these members, Mr. Speaker, can collect 4 million signatures, Mr. Speaker. I went around the country, Mr. Speaker, to get 4 million signatures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, after that, Mr. Speaker, I got the services, Mr. Speaker, of experts, Mr. Speaker, to formulate for me a constitutional bill, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with my aspirations, Mr. Speaker, on how I want to change this constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after that, Mr. Speaker, I took that bill plus the signatures, Mr. Speaker, to the IEBC, Mr. Speaker. IEBC verified the signatures and got over 2 million people, Mr. Speaker. Later, Mr. Speaker, the bill was taken to 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a promoter, I managed to convince 43 counties, Mr. Speaker, to support the bill, Mr. Speaker. As a promoter, Mr. Speaker. After that, Mr. Speaker, the bill found itself here in this House, Mr. Speaker. Now somebody just stands up on the floor of the House, a member, says, oh, this, Mr. Speaker, let us not mutilate this bill, Mr. Speaker, in this House, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we are doing for posterity, Mr. Speaker. We are not doing it for anybody, Mr. Speaker. I'm a promoter. I am the owner of the bill, Mr. Speaker, as you see me. I'm not a small man, Mr. Speaker, in this country. I am doing a constitutional change that affects 73 articles of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Nobody else could attempt to do it, Mr. Speaker. People here want just to filibuster here, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot even collect 100,000 signatures, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beseech you, Mr. Speaker, my destiny is in your hands, Mr. Speaker. If you give a ruling, that says that my bill is bad, Mr. Speaker, God is watching you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God is watching you.
Well, it's always very good because God watches over all of us, isn't it? Honorable Kajwang, TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I just, as a point of order, this is very preliminary. I was just going to say that, first of all, we are moving in a very good direction because we are handling issues that probably could be in people's minds so that we are able to debate the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, may I suggest, may I ask, may I plead with you that you first of all could collect as many of those informations that those people who want to raise constitutional issues, and then come to some of us who want to respond to the issues which have been raised by those people, so that when you then do your decision will be guided by the submissions of these people who are raising constitutional issues, but you have also listened to some of us who have responded to the points that they have brought, so that the promoter of the bill, for example, would have the last bite of the cherry, also to say what he thinks about what these issues that have been raised by the others. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I sit down but ask that you take as many as they are, and then also give us opportunity for as many of us who can respond to the issues that have been raised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me, without any particular order, only those who are raising constitutional issues requiring some direction. Don't contribute to the bill. Because now you are so many, let me start from the member for Chepalungu here, the Honorable Koske, come to the member for Endebes, the member for Emurwa Dikir. After we finish with that one, we'll come now. No, those who are going to respond later. Okay. Then Honorable Ichungwa, Honorable Tiende Molo, Honorable Jared Okelo. Yeah? Then of course. You are sitting at a very strategic point. You don't need to raise your hand up, Honorable Mili. You are in the league.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I wish to give my opinion on the...
Not opinion, please.
Yeah, I'm taking you there. Okay, the Constitution clearly stipulates that the people are sovereign, and therefore their power over the Constitution and organs created by the Constitution is not limited. They can rewrite the Constitution as happened in 2010 or amend any section as they so wish. Parliament, in the process of amending the Constitution through a popular initiative, is a little more than a conveyor belt between county assemblies and the presidials. Our role is to give opinions that may further inform the debate among the people, whether to reject or approve the constitutional amendment proposed. Honorable Speaker, the only thing that can be unconstitutional is a referendum, is the procedure, not what the people want to change. The aspirations of people supersede any organ created by the Constitution. Let us pass this document to the rightful owners, the people of Kenya. Let it die or live in their hands. Thank you, Speaker.
Now, honour members, no. Now, let us agree. That's a good contribution. But please, something that requires, yes, that you think, Honourable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue I want to raise is on the procedure. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution requires that 24 counties passes the bill at the county assemblies for it to proceed to this House. I have tried to look into this report, and initially we've had information that the bills that were submitted to the counties, only 13 counties received the right bill. I've tried to look at this report. It's not talking into that, but the information out there is that 13 counties received the correct report. I seek your guidance, Honorable Speaker, to understand whether the correct threshold has been made by the counties for the right bill to be in this House, and whether we are discussing the correct bill or not the correct bill. That's what I seek to understand. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Emurua Dikir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to state that I'm Kenyan by birth, by blood, by spirit, and by everything. And I have a right, Mr. Speaker, like anybody else, to delve into this constitutional making process and to give my mind and my thinking on it. Mr. Speaker, I just want you to visit Article 89 of this Constitution, where it gives the IEBC the mandate to amend to delimit the constituencies and the wards. Mr. Speaker, Article 89 gives that mandate to IEBC. When you look at this proposed bill, Mr. Speaker, it has proposed to delimit certain constituencies in certain counties without amending that part which mandates the IEBC. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your indulgence. Is it constitutional for BBI proponents to to delimit the constituencies without necessarily amending that part of the Constitution, which gives the mandate to IEBC to do the delimitation? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal to create CDF, to make CDF legal, to put it in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, remember, CDF was annulled by courts, basing it on Article 95. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your indulgence, not the indulgence of members. Article 95, Mr. Speaker, was based, actually the courts based their annulment on Article 95, where it put members of parliament as oversight, as oversight members. Mr. Speaker, this proposal has also proposed the creation of CDF without amending that part of the Constitution, which is Article 95, to allow members of parliament to act as oversight, at the same time to act as executive. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, this proposal actually wants to make this country a parliamentary system. Mr. Speaker, there is also what we call separation of powers. If we want to bring ministers to this House, that means we are making this House a parliamentary system. But the proponents of BBI never amended Article 95, which also talks about the separation of powers. Mr. Speaker, will it be constitutional to create a parliamentary system without amending the parts that brings in separation of powers? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If it wasn't for the fact that I want to consolidate all those are the issues you have raised are they are so easy, I would have just dealt with them without going to, but I'll consolidate everything. Very good. Because they are very simple, very simple. Honorable Ishongwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I don't really to repeat some of the issues that have been raised that I had in mind. But Honorable Speaker, mine, I'll just dwell on very simple issues. One is on the voting threshold. And you are aware that this being a people's initiative or a popular initiative, Honorable Speaker, Article 257, sub-Article 8 of the Constitution gives a threshold as to how we will vote in this House, Honorable Speaker, as a simple majority rather. Sorry? a majority of members of each house, Honorable Speaker. That is this house and the other house, the Senate, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, considering that we have COVID guidelines and we only 112 that are allowed to sit in this chamber, one, I wanted to know what measures, Honorable Speaker, you may have put in place to ensure that this being a very important bill, one, that a majority of the members of this House are able to contribute, even in terms of time, and granted that we had opportunity before we went on recess to extend the time for speaking, therefore giving 15 minutes, which is adequate time for us to be able to ventilate on many of the issues, but also time in terms of for how long are we going to debate this bill? Is it just this sitting that ends in another few minutes, and tomorrow the whole day? Are we going to proceed with it beyond tomorrow to allow as many members to contribute, Honorable Speaker, within the 15 minutes? And you will appreciate our numbers and the 15 minutes and the time that we allowed per session to be seated here amidst the COVID protocols. Two, Honorable Speaker, is on the threshold for voting. As much as you say a majority of members in each house, I would want you to guide us on what constitutes this majority. Is it now a majority of the members that will be present on the particular day of voting? Or is it the 112 that will be in the chamber? Are we voting electronically? I am not asking you, Majority Leader, you better keep your cool. I'm addressing the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you may protect me from the Leader of Majority. You know he's used to swearing, and let me not even look at him. He might swear that he would rather die than listen to me. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I was saying you need to define for us the threshold, whether it will be a majority of members of each house, and maybe I constrain myself to this house. Will it be 50% plus one of the 349 members of this house passing the bill, or a simple majority of the quorum present? Because if we have 50 members and we have quorum, the promoter, of course, you can hear shouting quorum. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is why I would want guidance, whether the promoter, Honorable Junet, as much as we want quorum, whether we go with 50% plus one of 349, or it is 50% plus one of what is allowed within the COVID protocols, or of those who will be present here and maybe even in the tents. And are you going to provide mechanisms on how we vote out in the tents? Honorable Speaker, the other critical issue I wanted to raise, Honorable Speaker, has been raised, but there's also an issue that has been touched on that I may just, at the risk of repeating, Honorable Speaker, just looking at this report, that it has been alluded to. And Honorable Speaker, we cannot be blind to media reports, to rumors, if you want to call it rumors, as I have heard my colleagues here call them, but innuendos, gossip, or whatever you want to call it. But there has been mentioned that there were errors. Errors, maybe that were deliberate, errors that came from saboteurs of this process, and if I had the ability, Honorable Speaker, and I will be expressing my views when we come to debate, you know I would be a saboteur of this process because I truly don't believe in it. Honorable Speaker, those reports, Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore them. We cannot ignore talk that there have been errors in terms of what is in the bill, that there have been errors or different versions of bills going to different county assemblies, as alluded to by the member for Endebes, that there is even allusion in the report, Honorable Speaker, and if you read this report, I'll just pull paragraph 360, actually alludes to the fact, and it says that the committees observed the copies of the bill submitted by the IEBC and introduced in the houses had the inadvertent errors to clauses 13, 48, and paragraph 1 of the second schedule. Honorable Speaker, the fact that that has been alluded to by a report done by a committee of this House, then we cannot belittle that matter to be a matter of rumors, innuendos, and gossip and media reports, because it has been alluded to by a committee of this House, and it is now a record of this House. How then do we address those issues? How do we correct those errors, or how will those errors be corrected if they exist as had been alluded to in the report? Honorable Speaker, we would want to know what bill is before this House, Honorable Speaker. Is it the one that went to county A, or the one that went to county number 10 or county number 20? Is it among the 11 or 13 counties that were said to have received the correct bills or those that were not. The two bills that went to this House and the other House, the Senate, Honorable Speaker, which bill, Honorable Junet, relax, which bill is this House then considering? Does the bill, Honorable Speaker, have errors, as has been alluded to by the report and the chair of the committee, and those who sit in that committee will be speaking to those issues? And how do we cure those issues? What shall be the implication, Honorable Speaker, of the two houses considering different versions of the bill, if indeed there are two different versions, one that came to the National Assembly and another to the Senate, irrespective of whether it is subject to the entire bill or versions of the bill in terms of errors in one bill versus the other? What is the implication if we are seen to be considering two different versions of the bill? And of course, the questions that Honorable Ochieng was alluding to, can, for instance, these errors be corrected? How will they be corrected? Are there ways in which you can amend? And I think those are the issues that were addressed by Honorable Ochieng more substantively in terms of amendments, and I don't want to repeat, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg for your guidance, and especially now, Honorable Speaker, with the COVID protocols. You know, we adjourned this House, Honorable Speaker, almost a month ago, because of the COVID pandemic. Honorable Speaker, we have been recalled, besides the business that we addressed on the Principal Secretary, which could be important or not important, since we have other Principal Secretaries, and the TSC that is very important because of teachers and our children going to school in the next 1 week, Honorable Speaker. But we are recalled principally also to look into this bill. And of course, DORA, the Division of Revenue amendments from the Senate, which is important, Honorable Speaker, for us, although that House, I think, has issues with always amending DORA. But Honorable Speaker, I was saying that because we have been recalled to now come consider, as part of the business of the House, this bill, Honorable Speaker. I would be constrained, Honorable Speaker, not to speak about other issues, Honorable Speaker, that maybe, in my thinking, I would have expected the leader of majority to have recalled the House if indeed the COVID pandemic had gone down, to come and address issues to do with vaccination of Kenyans, issues to do with Kenyans who are suffering, Honorable Speaker. Those are issues, Honorable Speaker, that as much as they are not constitutional, Honorable Speaker, but they relate to the sovereignty of the people. And you are talking about sovereignty of the people. If the people are sovereign, Honorable Speaker, we must also be able to speak on behalf of the people, Honorable Speaker.
Member Vonyando, please, let's honour members, if there are issues those others which you want to go and discuss out there, you can discuss. You've seen that we've started setting up the tents. We appreciate, we are so alive to the fact that the requirement is a majority of the members of each house. A majority of the members of this house is 175. And I'm sure the Honorable Ishongwa knows that because he is an expert in that area of mathematics and arithmetics. No, the number is 349. Forget about vacancies. Forget about vacancies. The number is 349. So please, let's not deal with those others. Honorable Ishongwa, about vaccination. I'm sure you got vaccinated.
He's fearful.
Okay, you are still waiting. But if he has been infected in the past, he's just as good as having been vaccinated. So please, so that we can clear quickly.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've got a mundane but quite considerate in nature concerns. The Constitution in Article 95(2) gives this House the powers to deliberate on and resolve any matters of concern with our people. And, Honorable Speaker, one matter of fundamental concern to me is not about going into the body of the bill, but just about the typographical errors or making references to wrong articles and sub-articles of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. I'm seeking a ruling from you because we also understand the limitation of this House as so far as getting into the body that may tinker with the will of the originators of the bill. And we are not the promoters, we are not the owners of this bill, and therefore we are gagged to that extent. But in areas where typographical errors, together with making references to wrong articles, do occur, will it be in order, Honorable Speaker, to give this House the latitude to make those necessary changes, that we do not take to the Kenyan people through IEBC a document that is quite untidy and may not be reflective of the wishes and aspirations of the promoters and the Kenyan people who will birth this document at the end of the day. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Arienda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in moving this bill, the leader of majority and being seconded by the leader of minority did a good job in terms of elucidating the contents of the bill. But for obvious reasons, they could not have gone to some of the issues that are being raised because they were not members of the committee. Mr. Speaker, most of these issues being raised were actually considered by the committee. And I wanted to suggest that if we were to be given the opportunity, as you had suggested, for the chairman to take the first opportunity, and if you permit, at some point, I would be happy to supplement, 90% of these questions are already answered in the report. And Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to suggest that because this is a constitutional amendment bill, virtually every provision is a constitutional issue. And therefore, the line between constitutional questions and substantive debate is very thin. And I was going to suggest, Mr. Speaker, therefore, that although you have been invited to make a preliminary ruling on some of these things, I was going to invite you to defy your ruling so that as many things can be raised in the course of debate, because some of them will actually be answered in the course of that very debate, and it will make your work a lot easier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo. All of these are coming by way of, now, you see, they are all here by way of points of orders. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Honorable KJ is just...
Sorry?
I think it's just a little impatient, but we are all on points of order. Mr. Speaker, I think what Honorable David Ochieng and others are raising are very important, because this is the first time we are coming up with a popular initiative that has reached this level. And I'm glad to hear from Honorable Tiende saying that the Joint Committee has looked into it. I think because of the lack of time, we haven't had opportunity to read, and I'm sure we will read. And I'm hoping that the committee will address them, because even if we don't address them as Parliament, they will be addressed elsewhere. So it would be very foolhardy for us as Parliament to leave our responsibility or raise those issues substantively, either through the report or through the House. Mr. Speaker, based on what they've stated and giving cognizance of the fact that I've not yet had opportunity to read the report of the Joint Committee, I would seek forgiveness if I repeat some of the things they've raised, but which will be okay anyway if they've raised them. My first issue is, Mr. Speaker, everybody has agreed there's a popular initiative, and Article 257. Is there an executive initiative? That's something I would like the Speaker to respond to, whether there's an executive initiative, because there's been a reference to an executive initiative. Does the Constitution, not our conjecture, does the Constitution make reference to an executive initiative? Secondly, is there a ranking of rights by positions? For instance, do I have a greater right to life than a fishmonger in Rusinga Island? Is there a ranking of rights in the Constitution, against not by my subjective thoughts? Constitutionally, is there a ranking of rights? Does the president have a greater right to life than I do? Does some other citizen holding, either now or in the past, a senior political position have a higher ranking of rights than I do? Third, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of popular initiative, I would seek your guidance that if during public participation, people give different views, say during the period that they've gone around, the promoters have gone around seeking views, and we have 100 different views in regard to this, Mr. Speaker. Do we then take all their views and bring them to Parliament? Will there be a framing of 100 new questions? And Mr. Speaker, who then becomes the promoter? Is it the 100 people with the different views or the original promoters? And in that sense, Mr. Speaker, how do we deal with the issue that has emanated from the courts about public participation being quantitative and not qualitative? When does qualitative work and when does quantitative work, especially in regard to this issue? Mr. Speaker, the other issue, just two more, Mr. Speaker. Can a constitutional provision that has been moved by Kenyans, that Kenyans have desired, in itself be considered unconstitutional? Mr. Speaker, I hope you're getting me.
Absolutely.
Yes. Can a constitutional provision moved by Kenyans on their own be considered unconstitutional?
Are you saying, when you talk about being moved, are you suggesting, the question is, can a constitutional amendment or a proposal to amend a provision of the Constitution be unconstitutional?
Mr. Speaker, that is actually, I can actually put it in 3 levels. One, can a proposed amendment be a constitutional?
Absolutely.
That's a different thing. But once it is passed, can a constitutional provision be considered unconstitutional? I'm not talking about where there is a clash. A substantive passing in the Constitution, can it be unconstitutional? Mr. Speaker, my other issue is, can Kenyans, somebody is asking that lawyers are asking very strange issues. The Speaker is a lawyer, he's understanding me. It's not a house of lawyers, but it's a house of passage of law, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage those who are worried. Let me not encourage. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I can see my sister Janet, who understands what I am doing, encouraging me. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, those who do not understand, ask me to unpackage for you, because I know the Speaker understands what I'm doing. Mr. Speaker, can Kenyans pass a system of law or constitutional law that is sui generis for Kenyans, that may be a departure of other practices, but is very sui generis of Kenya? Is there something that stops Kenyans from passing a system? Maybe I can give an example that when we are passing the Sexual Offences Act, we were told that minimum sentences are not practiced in the Commonwealth. But Mr. Speaker, what we told them, in the Commonwealth, people were not raping 2-year-olds. So can we pass a sui generis system that recognizes our realities? And finally, Mr. Speaker, when there is an error that is noticed after the passage, how do we balance the role of Parliament? How do we cure it? The role of Parliament vis-a-vis the constitutional interpretation role of the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Soy.
Yeah?
Please, only those issues that require my consent and ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will stick to.
You can leave the time for contribution at some other time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know I'm very obedient.
unlike somebody else. Mr. Speaker, I have just two issues. One, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the Honorable Junet being very passionate about this being his bill. And when I look at the promoter of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is the Building Bridges Initiative. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, the Building Bridges Initiative was never gazetted. What was gazetted was the BBI Task Force and the BBI Steering Committee. So it would be nice, Mr. Speaker, if you gave a ruling to tell us whether the promoter of the bill is actually recognized in law in Kenya. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, that I really want to know is, Mr. Speaker, the time when, and I think Honorable Ichungwa raised it, but I really would like to know, Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional making process. We are seeking to amend the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you have called a special sitting for today and tomorrow. Does that mean that this process ends tomorrow? Will it be people-driven? Will it be really satisfactory to the people of Kenya that a serious matter like a constitutional amendment will be debated for 2 days? And I'm not saying it is, that is what you have decided, Mr. Speaker, but it is good that you give a ruling of how long we can debate so that every Kenyan who is represented in this House can have their views heard. Many Kenyans are now sending SMSs, they are sending emails, they are sending WhatsApp messages that ask this question, ask this question. So, Mr. Speaker, we beg you to...
No, on the second one, on the latter one, so that you don't, you have some comfort, Honorable Kositan. The debate on this bill will continue as long as there are members desirous of contributing. So, and remember that's one of the reasons why one of the considerations we gave for even increasing the time for contributions. Honorable, Honorable member for Baringo North, you walked out, you left, there are some members you left and they are sitting next to you. They will have to speak before you because you have gone to to loiter a bit outside there. So the member for Samburu North first. It's only fair when you have taken some time to go and walk a bit out there. And
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted you to make a ruling on the issue of the limitation of constituencies or electoral boundaries, because I don't know whether or how did they...
Please don't say something which has already been raised.
But let me just finish.
But he raised it.
No, but there's something additional. There's something additional.
It is addressing Article 89. And the Honorable Ngeno prosecuted that matter very well. But what is the other issue?
Yeah, the other issue is, did they consider the other factors, the geographical and urban centers, community of interest, means of communication, and lastly, I want him to get you had your time, my friend. Protect me from the speaker. Mr. Speaker is protecting from him. The other issue is that, in my own opinion, the review of the constitution or boundaries would have been done in 2024. Will it again happen that time?
Honorable Sangok.
Honorable Speaker, I really want to ask you and seek your guidance, Honorable Speaker, if indeed this particular bill is this House through the front door or the back door, Honorable Speaker, because in a popular initiative, Honorable Speaker, it is assumed that it is an initiative from the ordinary Kenyan citizen, from Wanjiku, Honorable Speaker. From all description, the Handshake Brothers, and even Junet, and even whoever is promoting this bill, is not Wanjiku, is not an ordinary Kenyan. They had an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, if it is my president and my party leader, he had a representative in this House in the name of the majority leader, that is Amos Kimunya. If now, it is
now Honorable Sankok. So that issue is what has been raised. If you listen to what Honorable Milio Odhiambo was raising,
she used a lot of English.
Popular initiative, parliamentary initiative. Is there executive initiative? So the long and short, I'll be able to respond to that. It's straightforward. Please.
Yes.
Even you
Yes, sir.
have a right, actually,
Yes.
to begin a popular initiative, not a parliamentary initiative. If I may say that pronto.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
if you decide to go out there and collect signatures from 1 million people, you have chosen not to use the institution where you work in.
The parliamentary initiative.
And nothing prevents you from doing that.
So any Kenyans is an ordinary Kenyans, including the president, the right former Honorable Raila Odinga.
Yeah.
Okay, even the army are ordinary. Now I'm learning now today, so I'm learning. But I thought that from all description, they are not ordinary Kenyans. They had an opportunity. Mbadi is here to stand in for Raila Odinga. Thank you. Thank you for your guidance.
Honorable Gekaria, now we want to finish this. Okay. Let's get that way. Honorable Gekaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is actually it's only one issue. You know, when Honorable, is it Kabinga Wadhayo, when he was asking that question about a 176-page report that people had not read, I was the first person to dismiss him. But Honorable Speaker, going by what has been said...
No, sorry. No, you don't have to speak, Honorable Kabinga Washira. He made a mistake. It was the Honorable Murugara.
Yes, it is Murungara. I'm sorry. When Honorable Murungara rose and requested for time to be given, Honorable Speaker, in your ruling, can you give us also, you make a ruling as if a report is tabled in the morning of 200 pages. Should we debate it in the next 2 hours? Maybe you could be able to give us a ruling on that basis so that we also have time on when we should read or we should not be. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Except that, of course, in the course of today, a report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee was tabled, and you, not me, dealt with it both in second reading, a committee of the whole House, third reading. So I don't know. You know, a report is a report. It doesn't matter whether it is 1,000 pages or 2 pages. It's a report. So, Honorable Gekaria, you know, because, you know, you can't eat your cake and have it. You passed the Division of Revenue bill this morning. And the report was tabled again this morning. So actually, you know, you just proved that you can do a lot of things. And that's why, you know, Honorable Lessonet, that way so that we can finish. Honorable members, I only have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who's that?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to invite your ruling that the 47 county assemblies are variously gone through different documents in terms of the errors which have been alluded to. And Mr. Speaker, whether we want to call them typographical errors, they have gone through assemblies similar to this assembly. The assembly in Kabarnet in Baringo County, Mr. Speaker, is as good assembly as this one, National Assembly of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have enough time, Mr. Speaker, which I want you to respond in your ruling, why we cannot send back the corrected document to those assemblies, Mr. Speaker, for processing. That is one, Mr. Speaker. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is on the independence. The independence of this House, the independence of the other arm of government in terms of the judiciary, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the executive. And Mr. Speaker, in clause 61, the presidential prerogative on salaries, Mr. Speaker, currently the composition of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Mr. Speaker, requires the President to appoint one nominee, the Parliamentary Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, one, the Public Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, one, Judicial Service Commission, one nominee to the SRC, Teacher Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. 14 nominees, Mr. Speaker, are appointed currently by various organs, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and the Judicial Service Commission being the other arms of government. Mr. Speaker, in this BBI proposal, there are going to be 7 commissioners appointed by one arm of government, the President alone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I was wondering, the import of the current constitution is really the independence of this House, the judiciary, and the executive being independent. So, Mr. Speaker, when we get one arm of government being responsible on this very, very important matter of SRC, is indeed going to affect, Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, I am saying yes, that constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker, might be unconstitutional, and as I invite your ruling, Mr. Speaker, on that, I hope, Mr. Speaker, as you retire from being the Speaker of this House, that you will not be the Speaker who will have made this House redundant through this SRC, that you will not be the Speaker who will have diluted the independence of this House through SRC, Mr. Speaker. I invite your ruling, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Lesonet, that is going to the substance. And you are at liberty to express whatever view about any proposal in the bill. At the end of the day, look at Article 257, clauses 8 and clause 10. In fact, clause 10 is more informative. That if either House of Parliament fails to pass the bill, it goes straight to the referendum. So, I mean, you know it. You know what you need to read this constitution like your Bible. Honorable, now I'll give you each of you 1 minute, 1 minute. So, now, you know, we don't, honorable members, you know, the time, Honorable KJ, is it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do understand that quite of the number of issues that I wanted to raise have been raised, and I will not go back to it. Mr. Speaker, mine is the most preliminary of the preliminary directions that I'm seeking, Mr. Speaker. I want to be informed by science, Mr. Speaker, and not wanting to gloss over this issue of time as we are glossing over it. Because scientifically, Mr. Speaker, I do understand that an individual reading at a normal speed can only read 4 pages in 16 minutes, Mr. Speaker. The time that we received this report, Mr. Speaker, is this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. My understanding, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that you have already commented on this, but we are running into a problem like the county governments did by discussing and passing a...
Honourable members, debate in the House is about the bill. You have been on recess for almost a month. If you have not read and reread the bill, then I think you must have been in some other part of the universe. Honourable Safula, is that Honourable Safula there? Who is this? The member right at the back, I can't see, it's too dark. Who? Honorable Tonui?
Yes.
Very well. 1 minute.
Yes, in fact, it is less than a minute.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may not call it a constitutional question, but just to seek your guidance on this issue of popular initiative. If some members of this House were part of that task force to collect views, will that really qualify to be called popular initiative? I would wish to get the direction. If some members of this House and the Senate, in fact, the Senator chaired the task force, does that make it popular initiative, or now that is a state or parliament initiated? Secondly, on the SRC, because these are the people who collected the views, we followed through the TV shows. The TV, I think it was covered by the TVs. And we never saw any contribution that the SRC...
Honorable Kaluma, please. And time is...
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of these questions are indeed in the report. But, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 questions for directions. Number 1, whether a bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative can be amended by the promoters through the mover before Parliament finally decides. It is important for me. Number 2, whether a bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative can be amended by Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, if so, to what extent? If you look at our schedule, for instance, we are referring to this act. Can we just let that pass or we say this Constitution? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the matter of how does Parliament or should Parliament treat a clearly unconstitutional provision proposed to amend the Constitution. And I'm only looking at the proposed clause 43, which I'm worried could be interfering with the security of tenure of judges or judicial independence. And I mean, if Parliament were to find that indeed this would be a problem, do we just leave it to the...
Honorable Amunyinyi.
Speaker, thank you. An amendment to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, clearly under Article 255 makes provisions, and particularly it guides the process. And 256, Mr. Speaker, is also clear if the initiative is by Parliament. But I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to 257, particularly sub-articles 7, 8, 9, and 10. 7 is about the draft having been passed by majority count assemblies, and 10 is if either House of Parliament fails to pass the bill or the bill relates to a matter specified in 255, the proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people in a referendum. Mr. Speaker, this clearly gives, even when you read 11, my question, and which I want...
You know, you spend time reading on the members, on the member for Samburu North. Honour members, just a minute, hold on. Honour members, you would agree that you've raised quite a number of issues, some of them which are quite light, some weighted that may require some considered ruling. But honour members, I gave this opportunity so that members, first of all, hear what are the issues members may have that may touch on the law, procedures, and the Constitution. I make this initial determination that the issues raised are not sufficient for me to order that debate on this bill stops. So debate on this bill will continue, will proceed tomorrow, and any other time, should there be members still desirous of contributing. In the meantime, I will be looking out for the hands and to get all those issues that you've raised so that we consolidate all of them and give some way forward. It doesn't matter whether it will be at the tail end of tomorrow or any other day, but it is important that at some point that we make some determination of the various issues that we've raised. So debate will continue. Those points notwithstanding, the misgivings or the anxieties notwithstanding, we will continue with the debate on the bill. Those of you that have read the bill will obviously be dealing with the bill. Those of you who have been reading Twitter will obviously be there, and WhatsApp, and all other, Instagram and others. The report, I'm sure, as you know, as we said earlier on, and it is following your own resolution, tomorrow, when we resume, the chairman of the committee will have the first chance, and I believe he will take us through not just the bill, but also the report which many of you have referred to. So that then debate after that will be accordingly informed. And both the chairman, the vice chair, and I think several of you who are members of that committee will be here to contribute. The Honorable Murugara, sorry, now you may have to ban the midnight oil, reading through the reports. The Honorable Gikaria, please, and the Honorable Kiaria, the member for the Great South, he's already gone. You see, this is a problem. He's a member of the committee, and he hasn't even read. You see, so honourable members, I believe, again, there will be sufficient time for us to, for all of you, those who have not read the report and who have not read the bill, please read it, so that tomorrow we give informed contributions. It doesn't matter what views one has, but please let them be also informed both by the bill and the report, so that we can accommodate one another in a manner that is decorous. So, honourable members, time now being 3 minutes after 7, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow morning, Thursday, 29th of April, 2021, at 10 a.m.
I'm one of the big.